That's all right, gentlemen. Congratulations. Very fun time. There goes Cal and Gloss. How about the for audio going back to the C rating? This fucking table pisses a lot. Nick James. Hell yeah. Still slightly out of breath from arm wrestling David Lucas. Maybe a stretch from there. That was hard. I'm going to take him on it. I'm not going to do it. Maybe 2 months. Maybe one. I'm sure he's going to. Here he is, everybody. Nick James. Make the noise for Nick, everybody. These guys went all night in the patio. One more time for Nick James. So, comedy's hard, right? Not for the reasons you think. You'll probably think, Bobby has to be the worst part about doing stand-up, right? Wrong. The worst part about doing stand-up is talking in front of someone who's right next to you. It's hard to get the audience. Here's my advice. Never bring a date to a comedy show your fourth time. I did that once. I bombed so hard I could hear the whistle around from across the room. I don't know if you guys have ever heard the sound of the vacuum cleaner before.
Hello, how are you? How's your day going? How is your day going? Great conversation. Enlighten me.
That happened to me. I'm like, all right, I'm going to talk to this day. I have possibly getting so I would record my quarter. What do you mean? Like, everyone's so funny. Please do it later. She's like, oh, fuck, you just doing comedy, please. That's my God, thank you. I'm Nick James. How about you guys just don't fucking touch anything all the time? Why don't you try that state of the art sound, guys? It's fucking unbelievable. How about a hand sound? You imagine what the hell is going on, but it feels pretty good, honestly. You didn't break just done. Like I heard that one before. Jesus. You're my favorite. You'll show us tomorrow, though. Jesus. Hell yeah. Prepared. The guy who's just. For a reason, yeah. All right, Shane. No. Good. No. I'm going to be the guy that shoots to him. You guys are built on this. How long have you been reading performance? No, 1 year. Hell yeah. What do you really do for work? It's right now I'm on a call center. Wow. This is your like selling thing? And you're in a place. So technically you're in sell. You want to arm wrestle right now? Oh no. Sorry, Tony. Sorry, please don't. No, I'm not gonna arrest you. You can make the new film about the Chevy. That's the kill him now. No, that's. How long do you want to stand up? Here in Houston? About 7 months in Austin. Not far, actually. Yeah, you remember it, right? Yeah, no, I don't remember. I just know people like, it's that is cute. You ever heard of this? You know what I'm talking about? They're gonna do all about it. Anyway, so you're from Connecticut, you're here for 7 months. That must be a culture shock. There's human having any fun in any way at any time. Now you're here in life, music, and comedy, and how culture. So explain what the last 7 months have been like for you. I've been going to a lot of concerts. Been not getting quite as much as I thought. But well, I've not been getting quite as much. I could be honest, Tony. My statistics on the vagina are at an all-time low. We have higher amounts of surrounding my penal ranges. This is not the best of times. Shut up. That's it's honestly like the nicest celebrity ever. Oh yeah. Normally compare you to. Let's see, like I guess Steve was like yeah. Okay, so you say you're not getting as much fun as you're used to. What's like what do you normally find girls at? What do you normally do? Honestly, right now, I gotta say, it's like online dating and just meeting guys. It's very nice. Where this term is Asperger's, basically, I'm not autistic, but sometimes, like right now. The Asperger's, they're not combined. Just, are you trying to lie? Oh no, like I said, sometimes, like the last time you got by anyone, take a straight how does that? How? Alright, so last time I got laid was 2 months ago. 73 months. So there's this girl living downstairs from me. And I was drunk. She was very drunk. And nice to me. So I even tried for her age, really. No kind of remorse. For this much. Pretty much what it is. Wow, what about her? No condom, butter-based anything from the minor missionary. This fucking scared straight to the world. Straight icon. It was good for me. My statistics have been low lately. Not full of lungs. It says he has unfortunately used missionaries. She had this like weird sex face, like which I think oh, that's cool. I know. It won't do last longer, right? It was just fucking over. Yeah. I was kind of proud of myself. I was going 20 minutes while I got through, which I finished. Yeah, I was almost doing like mushrooms too, so it was like so Android only like party machine, getting drunk, hanging out, eating mushrooms. What else are you into? Let's see. No, like I've been like trying to like party knows like microdose mushrooms. Like I've been trying to be on that scale, trying to like so I can't wait. And also we don't accidentally like walk up and try to like I did that once. Holy shit. Never. Yeah, you I think you're creepy out here. Yeah, but like when I'm drinking, like it's actually like the craziest thing you've ever done while drinking. Oh god, so do you want to hear about the time you got naked or the time I went to? Why do I feel like it's the same story? Alright, so I'll just go with the story because that's the first one. So it's easier when I was going to ask this the first time I ever tried doing this. As they talk to us, starts I'm fucking retard, so I took the first hand, so my first yeah, and then what happened? To the good ship, this is how it ends. Right. Yes. Lady up here, huh? We have some time. We started a little bit. Yeah, it's can't even see.
Fucking idiot.
Emily, on our page, we've been wild. Still having fun out there? For everybody, come on.
Have any of you ever heard of choice? It's a concept where the more options you're given, the less happy you do make. I learned about this phenomenon on Reddit, but I didn't truly understand what it meant. I found myself halfway down the 14th page of concept. If any of you are on the 14th page of concept, here's the test. Lower your standards and practice by one. There's nothing short of this. You get to page 14 and you got even the other. It's like Jesus Christ. I am a big fan of pornography. I do a couple of qualms, a couple of owners tech. And look, I know it's cliche to say, I'm not trying to be the horse here. I just think it deserves to be said again. You absolutely not that. I just want to know who's in the politics. You know what that means to me? Prettier. I'm joking. I don't think that ever comes to see one.
Good job.
That's one of my favorite clips of the record there. Very, very interesting. This is your first time on the show? Yeah, absolutely. How long have you been doing stand-up?
I've been doing it about 3 years now.
Where at?
I live in Canada, so I'm comedy per month.
Holy shit. Funny for a woman and a kid. That's incredible. Canadians have been funny lately. I don't know what they put in their vaccine, but fucking, you don't seem retarded at all. Our next two competitors on the show are special needs. You
I'm from like a pretty small town, but Listowel. It's my hometown.
What do you do for work?
I work full time as a server, and I'm here to do stuff all back in this place.
That's incredible. Arm wrestle. You guys stop it. Shut the fuck up. Shut up, John. Shut up. So, what do you like to do for fun?
Snowboarder. Like I only do one half week. So
That's
yeah.
This Mexican very good. Love it. So, how long are you visiting America? What's the greatest country?
I'm only here for 10 more days. I feel like to come back in the summer. I go back home and stay back stretch.
Right. Seems like an interesting place to be located out there in the middle of nowhere.
It's good. I mean, there's a company power hour once a week at this one bar. I'm the person who goes on. So it's really
That is. What else do you do? What else would make sure your story is fantastic?
I would like to read if I'm not snowboarding. I would like to read. I'm going to send her at home. It's my sweetheart.
What did you say? Your brother? Your pet bird? Oh, shit. Bring the cereal to my boy back out here. Somehow. What are you doing with birds?
I'm talking to you. He's a dog. Yeah.
He's talking to me. portion. I wasn't even thinking of it. You look at me like I should have been. Yeah, you just give me this other person that I caught me too, huh? Okay, how long did you think of that?
50 years.
Oh,
So we're talking about
oh my. Who's good old?
yeah, we're all 15. Probably going to 30. So probably
Back in that God damn. Back there, how's he doing? Alright. Yep. Everybody with a dual blaster, right? So, bird. What's your love life like? Lesbian.
love life is pretty beautiful right now. I'd like to think it's like choice. I just kind of think I don't have the time for it. Job and company and all that urge love for the
It's very interesting. So, did you really watch a lot of porn, like you said in your set?
I think I wrote that show a few years ago, and I see the ready for my porn now. I don't on Pornhub yet.
That's like 40 years too. Yeah. It's fun. Manage a Reddit over the way of a lonely.
Well, it's great. You can just subscribe to any category, and then you can just be doing a kind of read about the economy, and all of a sudden you get.
I asked you an honest question. One subreddit are you subscribed to?
But I'm like, such a concept. Please stop watching this movie, Father.
I promise you, literally, we don't. Somebody isn't exactly the 10 minutes slower pace that I think is. You might be shocked to know that number one in the world. Like, speed was what, 4 years?
Some people yes, or they're like musically, then somebody else is over as an artist, and they like they're not.
Yeah. So the other person just like speed read. Yeah, they'll play video games. Wow. You saw this? Yeah. It's kind of cool. I like my orange corn. Guys. Play video games. That sounds like a fun scam movie.
I've seen it on the Reddit. Yeah, it's pretty popular.
Emily, do you have any other special skills and talents that you're supposed to know? Like easy for safety when you play. You can. How would you want to see her like her all around? This is incredible. Literally. Whoa! That's incredible. Alan, can you guys like your elbow? Oh, Mike is a great athlete. Yeah. I would love to have you. Secret show Thursday. You got booked on the real show. Yeah, with some sweater back in the hospital. Oh my God, great man. Rabbi, you desperate. She likes birds. Wow. Emily came in, very fun set, very entertaining interview. Congratulations. Big cool. I used to know your name, so I'm like, there you go, you fucking frequent. One right there. So, like alone.
You know, might act like this, like I do.
Yeah, you know,
Good. Like, what was your favorite chip? What's your favorite chip? I fucking did it up.
well, ladies and gentlemen, the great and powerful William Montgomery could not make it tonight, everybody. He got stranded in Las Vegas, Nevada, with Adderall and gambling addiction, and he's going to be back tomorrow, unfortunately. But, yeah, this place has been hiring Rothschild. It's predecessor of the Comedy Store. They specifically showcase and hired all the funniest young talent from around the city. And because those types of people are available anytime we want, we decided to give you a real special treat in the place of William Montgomery. What you're about to see is truly a guy who, well, right now, working at the ship, right now, is truly going to continuously never stop moving up in the comedy game. And you're going to remember, you were at this show the night that you saw him, perhaps for the very first time. You may know him already. A local legend. Ladies and gentlemen, please see Rabbi.
Hello, I've never made it this far.
Yeah, real trash.
Gives a shit.
Keep moving, fellas. He's trying to make my position right. Yeah. Come on. What is this? Shit, I got 5 words for you, sweetie. Oh, I got 6 minutes because you're out of room here. 6 minutes to really start filling with water. You have 6 minutes to find everything. Look. That's where he's normally. I want. That was that. That was that. Last man. Like these, I always think about my grandpa when I was a kid. My grandpa used to always sit down and he used to always give me this advice. He used to always say, someone completely unlearned. He talks about industrial society. You could use take a pill. Rothschild was the son of possibly have another personality at that time. Rocket! Ladies and gentlemen, this is rock. Shit. Absolute fucking fire sport. You are an original subject. Thank you. I'm on the clock. I'm on the ring now. It's an hour. It's Coinbase. No risk, no points, 8 points. You know how it is. You are shit. Are working right now. Not shit. But the young.
Very exciting. Stop. So,
Just gotta think of
no, it was a career.
what the fuck the inside is.
Okay. Tough. You remember this.
Yeah. That's how good he is. Like, we know that he's gonna fucking.
Guys,
Yeah.
you're doing exactly what I said. It's not getting.
That's in any matter. He said he was all the way across the like, hey man, is that a picture? You like it?
I remember that.
Cool.
Hell yeah.
I'm interested. I don't know what. I don't even know what the is going to count. But I'm going to ask it anyway. It's not going to want to know. On your act. You really you stop. Shapes of the organ. It's awesome. It's an all that. You found what kind of churches you found? Right, you already did the other. Goddamn right. Yeah, this is second set for me. Honestly, I've been friends with years. Yeah, that's what I felt like this. This is where we exam my record says. Doctors told me like 6 months ago, they're like, you gotta stop. Like, you want to work with your kids? It's 6 years. Like, if I'm thinking fast, like 6 years from now, you know, like, what years and incredible. He's other than overdosing. My question is, watch continue what I want to know is, in stage right now, what's your living situation like? Top and bottom. Sleeping with her. I got it. Come on, still doing it, man. Still doing it. Come on. Together, downtown.
That's funny. I said that to 7-year-old. Yeah, that's wow. True. I would do. Six, but I'm just like, the days. So that was my we had some kids. It's like there's two leagues. There's which is the first timers, which is very good. There's 6 year There's 6 year There's a 6 year that kids. Yeah. I was telling you, that's the kid. Yeah. This was my everybody in the phone number or in the weekends. But when I was doing I have are they? So much attention. At 42. Like you're more like you're. Frankly, I would double loose. Just don't want to. Someone just listen. That is just that's a thing. Yeah, sure. Yeah. 100% the guys are just doing free skating. I told you. That way. Now those are in now would be it's fine now. Apparently, a little bit close. Like it was cartel was an ideology, a story about money. And there's a lot of teachers. But you see what's different than just China. Yeah, perfect. So, $56 million. And 25. Somebody said, what are his reward? They were coming to kill somebody. Their cars, but overall, back what I hear. A lot of the people were cartel guys and 25 national so let's give it a chop. Buddy, yes, it's not like this. Like this. Oh, I'm just letting this stuff off. One of the things I just a lot of takers because I read and I would check trying to find something. Yeah, he was. Yes. By the way, John was beyond. Don't. Cops and everybody. This thing was ultra violent. Like he more. They would come in, right away. They just killed Christians. For the kids and I. Like it was like kind of romanticized. Job, I think it was 30 billion. Yeah. If you there was a lot of that, and that was is first situations. Like, it's a lot of gals. Like, soldiers are freaking right now. Jesus God. She's got. Kelly from El Salvador. That's it. All of the government politicians. Right there, that guy right there. Right there. What's the point of being about it? I'm in that kitchen. They're up there, right there. Call it street. Call it dude. She was all of this school. I guess. No, yeah. That looks like her now. Girl, you have much better. That hotel is military grade weapon. Explode the I just want that. I get I mean, sometimes things are risky and awful. Like I got two. I can donate. That's only. Let's see what happens. You got it. She's money. It doesn't matter. I hope she. I hope she gets out. That's she's fantastic. Save her at all costs. Streamer awesome. Streamer actually. Thank you. Try to get to rock. Shit. Goes. I'm up to that's what does. Well, this was done. Tell you guys, messages are really cartel members doing their cartel members. So, you have to say, God damn, like this information, I do never mention my name. So, it's not him who's not get the check the life. That is, I just feel lucky we don't live in a country where I know that stuff, but then you'll be out here and you'll realize that he has the government. Food and medicine. So apparently, they take that office in those areas. It's the Mexican government is not and that's where they provide jobs and doing so. It's such crazy. Really, 1,000 what somebody else thinks. I think the Trump administration has put so much pressure on things here. Like, and I think this is problems. The last like 10 years I ever Jordan was a big deal too. Am I missing? Yeah, that's what it's yeah. Best time to buy it. That's so true. I that's too nice town. Tourists tell me where they live. They usually well, I think I'll probably solve it. But a lot of it has to be like a strong counter. But you got to be a way to kind of corruption. What's involved? Of course. Like, back wall. Yeah. Turn it on. No. Okay. If you're a novice, if you are a car freak, I auto parts, court right, is where you go because they have all the parts knowledge you need that you don't have. You have all your maintenance and repair. Okay. So auto parts can test your when you're in the car, get your license, have a quick service. You've got everything. It's not the store, it's online. So we're always available. Do it yourself. Stop O'Reilly Auto Parts. O'Reilly.com/fighter. O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's what they have. Fighter, not just the fighter. Joe Buck's got a show. All things auto. Free. Understand? When criminalization is stronger than police, you'd be interested to see what happened with the. I did see sideways. Oh, I don't know. That's why. This is. I'm breaking this news. I. This is. so I just see what's going on. You're on the shop. This is a girl. No, it's a friend. Yeah, we just sort of so
just like a client, like at the time, this was like 2023. And he put me on the club every single day, right? Loves the always girl. He loves the Rabbi. He loves so yeah, he started paying for my life and utterly had stopped my empathy. I ran into different things. I tried to leave this so many fucking times, and he'd always get me back with something shiny again. Every time they cheated on me, I would get you back. So he used to tighten up the law. A lot of laws to prevent it, which led to my God, that was shit. And I actually started looking on his phone every month, trying to find a new bitch, a new problem, so I could get a new bag, right? Until I found out that it was when I said to that, everything changed because like, and then I got abused from that. We don't get into that.
the way she's so fast, it was kind of like, I mean, this is a person. I was out. This was one where it's like, wake up, just and reality. And also, if anything, gets right. Very true. It's a real man. So what is she doing? What is this? Back at you publicly thing. This is your culture. Yeah, you know, it's like a woman scorn it. What the? I do this for the money. She goes to break up. Everything she does for the money. She don't hide that. No. That's because you know. It was like, I don't know this guy. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah. Disgusting. What do you think? My throat. Okay, but I know you have this team. She kind of posted up like a picture. That's weird too. So you're friends with his wife, you're her husband. What is going on? This is she's not a class person either. I'm not sure is that. It's hard to see. Jesus Christ, man, 30 minutes. I'm busy, and I let you know. Pretty with a big. I'll make sure. So I'll keep the. Okay. You know, what you I'm sorry, I wonder if next time. So origin, I'm saying the Korean is actually the blue. One of the reasons it's not showing. I don't know. My doctor. He laughed it off. It is. I guess this is history. Liking. I think this is too. I'm not really sure. She could get on there. She could have done all this. She'd do everything. Two letters, and I love it. Touches.
No, baby.
Somebody just wanted to suck you alive. I'll listen to a lot of just saying she so yeah. What happens? Yes. Let's go. So that's your strength. Like my friends, I can't tell. Claim everything. Also, doesn't fight on this. It's like Kanye West, who's like, the reason there's a Nazi is black people. It's like the Nazi might have that Nazi meaning. All the others so she'll see it. You want to see this? Yeah. Yeah. I don't like. I don't like it. It makes me sad. I just she's clearly hurt. She's a workout. You know, when all the wall out here doesn't work out like yourself. She doesn't work out. I'm sure she wants to do it. Dude, like, hell yeah. Life. It just doesn't. And it's okay because she's got to go through it. Like, it's going to credit card. Now, let me ask you this. Anybody it's people just because myself, it's like see what's going on. Yeah. That's all. We just gotta make sure. Now, he hasn't seen terribly worried about the fact that maybe their patients and life is like you said, right? So there's a whole thing. There's why all this exactly. This in a lot for me, it's like, and it is. To this day, I'm not going to judge it out. Just kidding. I always keep. Is it? Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually. Toronto? Gina. First of all, Gina is much bigger than Robin. She's right at 45. She's up. She's sort of fun. Lunch. Exactly. She's fun. Gina. Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. She does. Yeah. Powerful. I'm not saying wait. Yes. Right. That's faith. She's gorgeous now. April. Substantial. You don't say. There's a question. No. Boys. Man. Yeah. Yes, sir. Came in. Ferrari. That's a very good one. I went very well. What? Yeah. Wow. Now here's the rich. Here's the question. She get paid more around that support that she's that's it's just one. It's such principal, man. Like that shit.
I rely on technique. You know, you can find it whether does the same. Now, Pacquiao, he does Pacquiao without issue. He had a passion. But
You know what's interesting? It's not 50. Yeah. See,
man, he's great. But I think
I would never bet on these tournaments. But if I had to bet on it,
yeah. Yeah. It's crazy.
yeah. Listen, he's made.
Yeah.
But apparently he has it. He has it in like. He beat him. He looked great.
He takes damage. I don't like it.
Yes. He beat. Yes, the top. Yeah.
And also, he's
This was white. Black guy. I heard something about him earlier in Instagram.
But yeah, he knows he shouldn't say that. He's trying to set his side sometimes. Ah!
Says post.
Like those members that's bad, bad ball. Like something.
So here's the thing. So people are still like he's been on the show. I like him a lot, but he does. He's very. He talks about like.
last rates, those rates to it, I follow online debates where they get the students, like from the teams, like, yeah, a lot of times it's very sometimes like sounds and stuff like that. And it's really, really easy. But I just, I like the stress myself because how the way the only window if I can enjoy it. I can understand like, just the way I don't even think it's enjoy it. I just find logic. I'm not trying to get down with this. Why? It's so makes me wonder my junior, was he really thinking this? Is there a process in a room direction? To see if it plays out. What does it right? I don't know. I'm trying to be very logical with this. I really I don't know. I don't know where this is. It is a character. First, I don't know. Crazy. And he said, crazy. And he said, I don't know. It's not a JK. We got born and I just think that what happens with trans people is, I think they see the most outrageous. But that's not, I think as a God, we should say, guys, I'm really sorry. I can't break the rules. Jesus, acceptable. I'm in this condition of, no. Really? You're not saying these things. Bring it up. That's it. It's correct. It's like you gotta run out and run that. What's the do? Well, what's that? That's the thing where being so just something this is what this is the thing. This is happening sometimes. This kind of thing. So people want. I would say this is you must know about the rest. Every single service to other places, other people, stuff is honestly, same the mics that are you know, just like say, that's the shit. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Shit. That's exactly. So yeah, let's talk about. So check this out. This is the context. She's getting some. She had Look at that. That's so much. After the divorce. It's Rabbi. 40 inch high. 40 inch high. Yeah. I can't. Yeah. Drake. But this is just like, what do you? What is happening? Super cute. Well, let me ask you this. On the right. She's built. It's saying it's saying however, many different views they would be look like you're wearing some kind of Halloween costume. Bodybuilder. Man's calves are bigger than most people's ones, and the biggest ones are bigger than most people's torsos. So this video right here, honestly, it was a guy way. Like you need to be telling me that this right here is the real right person. How does the dude fight clothes? How would you fight pants that with things like that? That makes no sense whatsoever. Crazy. Real Oscars physique. It's history information. This was him in 2017. And this is him just 6 years later in 2023. Very much just this much in 6 years. It's 100 pounds plus. Wow. That's not we were talking about the facial structure earlier. There's some that does. Look at this guy before I'm popping up the more details on Zane. Check out the information in the world. This is the guy on the left. He's looking at this whole film. He went to Vietnam and this is his okay. Oh my gosh, I can't do this. I'm doing fast. So, made a little more. I just and you did
My nose. Keep saying you can see my. I want my nose. I want my old nose because as you get older, you know. So I. For some people's nose get narrower. That's funny one. Boy. When you put on glasses. That's just the one where there's about prisons, cubes. You know what I mean? From 57 to the computer tech. Computer. Computer tech. Bad dude. That's the so good. And speaking of shedding light. I saw him. Like, it's not much. It's just starting out. That's he says, well, we're talking about that's funny.
Run it to the sun. Yeah. Fighter. It's funny. Why are you here taking this? Why would I? You gotta go in there. It's calling you out, thinking beat. He's an influence boxer. Champ. Right? Like Aljo a little bit. I just left him too. Aljo even called me up to fight. He said, "Oh, I'm wrestling." We can run it in your. Hey, go get clipped up a few more
This guy, Sean,
27 years old. Such a great kid. He's just doesn't put a lot of work. God on here. He smiles. It's only 27 years. He smiled this time that he's never made. Guess how much he weighs? 156 kilograms. Yes, you heard that right. 156 pounds right now. Full pads. And he doesn't even compete. That is insane. Anybody else out there that can do something like 225 pound chest and he's like over 400 pounds right now. It's actually growing some people's interest matters. And I don't think I've ever seen people go this heavy on chest and what it does to those. Have you guys ever tried to do 225 buildings so ridiculously? 225 dumbbells and then throwing it 11 times. This man literally just worked up for fun. For way to yeah. That was his one after she had it. She's
out of the hospital. Quite by far the most extreme, painful, and challenging I've ever faced in my entire life. Had a complex fracture. Complex was had compartments. Compartments and your body. There's too much blood and basically muscle. Oh, there. I'm not. Just like
Phoenix, Arizona, at the Desert Ridge Improv Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then I will be up in Denver, Colorado, March 5, 6, and 7. And Nick will be with you, Nick? Yes, sir. Nick and Tim Williams. And then you've got besides that, and then
Well, look who the fuck just feels like they can roll in. Feel like, dog, you are so loud. You are so loud. You are so loud. Hey, baby. Why would not be? Oh, wow, yeah. Okay, I won't shit on you. What's going on, big dog?
competition with like Obama and different creators, basically like a deep ways and scenario. Like cryptocurrency, I think it was an article. You have a chance to look it over.
Can you summarize it for me?
I can't, yeah.
Right.
Basically, I was like trying to make a good code value. So, if, let's say, like, the buy the token, you have to collateral. That would hypothetically offset any token. Really, and accounting tree that doesn't exist. Capital or actually offset self-pressure, there is a ratio of one for a stable coin. And so I came up with a new model that somewhat solves the problem, and there's a similar model concept that came up with for the main NFT that I was working on. Basically, I got to work with tokens were permanently locked. So permanently locked community. And in order to commit that, you have to lock up a token, basically. And the NFT became the primary value of the exchange. And then that basically meant that token price would be back fully, but the NFT layers so push this token for creators that can compete against each other for the treasury interest and the transaction fees. That's voted upon by the community for what the technicals are and who wins. Basically, you have a token that you purchase initially, and then you want that token in order to take an NFT, and that NFT should be secured, so you want to more tokens. You get a more, not necessarily rare, but NFT that a creator, like hierarchical earnings, more percentage of sponsorship revenue and transaction fees, and greater interest overall tokens. And basically means that the token will always have increasing reserve of actual value that can be depleted in the speculation. The value goes on anywhere. So that's how
I'm looking at it right now.
explain it probably a lot more
Yeah. Why can't you sell the token?
Um, I mean, that would be probably a little bit simpler, but if you do that, then the value of the token will decrease. With this, you have reserves that would always go decreasing. Actually,
Right, but I mean, it's like I said in investigation. I can't sell this thing. Basically, I'm having to get
no, you can't sell it. You just have to sell the NFT. Like you get the speculation layer, NFT layer, but the reserve always is growing right back. The NFTs fluctuate value up and down similar to how the token would. The actual value of the token is permanent.
Okay, so what about for an investor who doesn't like NFTs but does like cryptocurrency and just shit out of luck?
I mean, NFTs are cryptocurrencies. It's a different standard for ERC 721 or number versus ERC 430 or whatever the Ethereum thing is. One or here.
I mean, there's an argument to be made, and I don't know the exact technical description, but cryptocurrencies are traded on market. NFTs are assets that are purchased with cryptocurrency that hold a value in relation to the cryptocurrency, but it's not itself a cryptocurrency.
I don't think that's correct. I think that it is a cryptocurrency. It's just differences. One is fungible and one is non-fungible.
But even the thing of being non-fungible is fungible because it's one sold all the time.
No, that's not what non-fungible. Non-fungible means that they each have an independent value.
I understand the cryptocurrency is a cryptocurrency. When it comes to cryptocurrency are they separate and don't really like that. Like so yeah. You may be right. Let's see here. So no NFTs are not cryptocurrency cocksucker. I mean that's a direct quote. No NFTs are not a cryptocurrency cocksucker. A cryptocurrency is fungible. One coin equals another coin like Bitcoin and NFT is unique. One of a kind like a digital trading card. They both live on the blockchain, but an NFT is a separate asset, property, not money. And that's what I was trying to say. It's a separate asset.
Okay. I guess, yeah, that's correct.
But that's okay. I mean, it's confusing.
It's backed by values. That's why I feel like it's not. I mean, like the difference between this and physical NFT. Physical NFT is just like a picture. And it's just like, how much do we think this picture is worth? With these NFTs, they're actually backed by physical cryptocurrency, or not like a digital cryptocurrency. That's a bunch of ones and zeros, but there's actual value associated to the NFT, and is like embedded in the NFT. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it still doesn't make cryptocurrency, but it doesn't give you value. I get that. All right. So as an investor, I'm someone who says, look, I'm bullish on cryptocurrency. I'm bearish on NFTs. So I don't like your project. What do you say to that?
Really, this project is about different creators competing
against each other in order to earn value. And it's a community that is creating the different challenges and content that they want to see and also decide on the winners. And so the blockchain there is really just like a consequence or like a secondary layer that facilitates that general idea. And so, yeah, it's just really good.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you don't want to hear from that. Is literally what you're saying. And I'm being honest with you, I'm being your friend. I hear these pitches every day, and everybody sounds like that. Community based, it's one of a kind, it's unique. Nobody's ever done it before. And the fact that it's tied to Bitcoin Obama throws it out the window immediately with anyone who knows Bitcoin Obama.
Well, Bitcoin Obama is amazing.
Look, I understand that he has something called following with that. There's no doubt about that. But for anyone who says, who the fuck is Bitcoin Obama? And then, like, oh, he's just a guy who runs every project he's been associated with for the last half decade. They're going to be like, this project sucks.
No, they don't run this because
I mean, you understand my skepticism, but it's not, everybody says it, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's true.
I mean, it's in Bitcoin Obama's best interest to compete and earn the protocol fees and risk and get sponsorship. That is to be far more valuable than just running a coin for $20. And I get that that's tempting to them, but I also told them that look, you can want you'll get a percentage of the supply, but you don't get to sell it until like the project's at least 3 months old, and then even then you're only getting like little trickle to sell. Yeah, you have to to sell. I mean, maybe sure literally doesn't rub it. And also, again, like I think what makes it interesting is that the fact that different creators are competing against Bitcoin Obama are able to leverage those other creators and networks in order to create viral content. And so as it grows, it's similar to like a podcast where you're leveraging the network of different creators and they're all trying to compete and for that prize money. I think that's what makes it have a big growth potential.
Okay, so let's talk about a couple things. As an investor, I cannot sell this crypto, right?
I think correct. You purchased it, your cryptocurrency?
It says in there that you can't sell it.
You can't sell the token, but the NFT is tradable. So you can sell the NFT is tradable on the market if you want to do that.
I understand, but we just established, I get that, and I understand that, but we just established that you are unable to sell this cryptocurrency.
You're unable to sell token, but that's a good thing because it means that the reserves are constant and ever growing, and hype and speculation will there in volatility or
Okay, so how is it a pyramid or a Ponzi scheme? Essentially, get in early, right, so that you can reap the reward, and then later on, new people who are recruited into the purchasers who aren't able to sell are hold their value in an NFT. I mean, it's similar like a Ponzi scheme or a pyramid scheme where you get in early investments from people. Many times there are trinkets or small items, which would be like your NFT, that are given to the people lower that they sell to other people. And what you're essentially doing is using NFTs to recruit other people in. The people at the top, you and your Obama and anyone in your circle, you guys are going to reap the most rewards. And then cryptocurrency lives and dies on the fact that you get new.
Well, I don't think it's exactly like that because the Ponzi scheme isn't really generating any.
What happened to Riser? Riser's over here throwing bullshit ideas at me, and I'm just knocking them out of the park. And then all of a sudden, he just goes radio silent. And that's what people don't want out of their debt. That's the same shit that Bitcoin Obama does. Riser probably got a fucking phone call from Ubik brother-in-law. For anyone out there, this is what I go through. I get people who come here all fucking excited, and then we start to talk, and then when they get pushed on the issue, they fucking drop out. They fucking drop out like a bunch of cunts. This is absolute dog shit. Anybody else out there? This is what I have to go through. Oh, there we go. Oh, everybody, stop what you're doing because it's,
Bro, you Bitcoin.
what in the fuck are you talking about?
You rug. Where'd you go?
Dog, I've been here the whole time.
Oh, shit. So I rug?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, did you read the document I sent?
I put it into AI and it summarized for me because it's just too much.
Beautiful. Okay.
Well, wait. I mean, I was in the middle of a discussion with you, and then you left, and
I'm sorry, I didn't.
and then I made
thought you were
and then I made fun of you for like 5 minutes, literally saying that this is what you do. You come in here with a really good fucking idea. You think I ask a few questions, and then you fucking bounce like Bitcoin Obama. All right,
I didn't call you my friend.
I know you did.
The
I
best
know.
person on earth. This is how you.
Well, let me just say this. That's very high praise. I really appreciate it. And I want you to know that I want to help you. I want you to love, and that's, I mean, you do have some really good ideas.
I love you shooting every idea in the face.
Well, here's the thing.
Destroy them early.
Here's the thing. I do that because I like you. I don't want you finding out two months down the line after you've invested, or even worse, 2 years down the line, that your idea sucks. Just 1 moment. Billy, what up, champ? All right, Billy. All right. So in your case, again, this is a cryptocurrency that I can't sell. Yes or no?
You can recoup the value that you put in. So
Wait. That's not what would happen. If I'm an investor, right, and I come to the table and I ask you, can I sell this coin? Yes or no?
I haven't said, like, yeah, you can sell it. Instead of selling the coin, you sell the NFT.
Wait.
You're able to sell.
No, you're not able to sell that. And that's what an investor does not want to hear. They want you to be honest with
No,
them.
it is because
The answer is this. The answer is this. The answer is this. No, you cannot sell it, but you can recoup the value through the NFT. That's an accurate answer. That's accurate.
that's
That-
what I even said.
no, it is not. You said yes, you can sell it. You said, I asked you, can you sell this coin? You said yes, you can recoup the value through the NFT. And I'm telling you that that is incorrect. I'm saying to you the answer that you should give is no, you cannot sell this coin, but you can recoup the value through the NFT. That's accurate and that's honest. If I ask you,
Okay, well,
can you sell this coin? Yes or no? What is your answer?
no, but you can recoup the value through the NFT.
Okay, wait, that's honest. I get that. Okay. But so long as we have that established, right, you're going to have to sell that to investors, and you're going to have to say to them, you are unable to sell this coin. Simply. However, you can recoup the value through the NFT. So let's play hypothetical now. What's the name of the coin?
Beat Bitcoin Obama. Very illiquid.
BBO?
Beat Bitcoin Obama.
Yeah, BBO.
Yeah, sticker, yeah, probably.
All right. That's already.
Or something else.
That's already.
Maybe I think beat might be a better picture.
Okay, beat. Fine. Beat. All right. So I want to buy $1,000 in beat. Right? Okay. Buy $1,000 in beat. Let's say it's on Solana. So I buy $1,000 in beat. I've got $1,000 of beat in my wallet. How many NFTs does that?
Depends how many tokens you'd like to burn. You probably want to burn all the tokens, and then bigger, more value to NFT, more tokens.
Hold on, you're confusing. I'm an honest simple person. I give you $1,000. I buy your coin $1,000. How many coins is that? How many NFTs does that get? Does it get me 1,000 NFTs? Does it get me one NFT?
There's like tiers essentially where if you burn a token, say you're on the lowest tier, which means that you get less rewards with the protocol. If you burn more tokens, you get more rewards with the protocol, and a more valuable NFT. If you burn say 1,000 tokens, or say that's the highest level, you have more valuable NFT that grants you more rewards on the protocol.
Okay. But okay, it's confusing.
Well, it incentivizes people to more.
It's confusing. You're going to be having to explain these in Twitter Spaces and in podcasts and such. So that's confusing.
It's simple. The more tokens you convert into NFTs, the greater the share of reward.
Okay, so again, if I buy $1,000 worth of your tokens, how many NFTs do I get?
You have to understand that here is an exact supply of not been determined yet, so I can't specific
Okay, so that's accurate. That's accurate, and that's honest. That's what I want. Don't bullshit. That's accurate, and that's honest. So you don't know, right? Okay, just I'm looking at this as like an investor. And if I were in a Twitter space with you, that's a question that you're going to get asked. Okay, so you don't know. That's what I want. Don't bullshit. Tell me the truth. And if you don't know, that's okay. We can work around these problems. All right, so you've got $1,000 at the coin, and it's going to earn me X amount of energy. Let's just, for simplicity's sake, say it earns me 1,000 NFTs. Maybe that's way too many, but that just keeps things the math simple. Okay, so 1,000 of these, 1,000 of the token gets me 1,000 NFTs. Correct?
Sure.
Okay, so we agree. Now, if I don't like this project right away, and I sell, I can sell the NFTs for, say, maybe $1,000. Maybe they diminish in value. Basically, aren't you basically doing this? And I don't know, maybe I don't know exactly what you got, but basically you're saying instead of buying our NFT with Ethereum, you have to first buy it with our cryptocurrency, which then you convert into our NFT. That's essentially what you're saying. Okay, all right. So why are you making it more complicated? Why wouldn't you just launch it? So this is really an NFT project.
Yeah. I mean, the token is the NFT is governance rights, voting rights, participation rights.
I get it.
Access.
But the token is so it's just basically
The token is not.
it is. You can't sell it.
We can go through notes. I can go through the content. We can do that, and then.
Ain't nobody got time for that, big dog. Ain't nobody got time for that. What they do have time for is it's a technical long. I couldn't even copy it all and put it into ChatGPT without breaking it up. So that's too long.
Okay, well,
And all it is itself is AI. So let's talk this out. Basically, the Ethereum fee is a vector. The token is a vector to buy these different NFTs. And this is an NFT project. And the value of the ticker is incumbent on the price of the NFT. Is that not correct?
The NFTs can fluctuate. The speculation is that the NFTs with the reserve value in token can only go up.
Okay, so the reserve value can only go up. All right, so let's say I give you $1,000. I buy 1,000 NFTs, and let's say Bitcoin Obama just sells all his NFTs, gets out, and the value of my NFTs goes from 1,000 NFTs worth $1 each to 10 cents. Let's just say, so it loses 90%. The NFTs lose 90% of their value. The coin itself maintains its stability, but the NFTs lose their value. And the fact is that I can't sell the cryptocurrency. Locks me in. Meaning the only way that I can make money on this project is to sell the NFT. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So then, if you do this scale, you'd have a really valuable token, but like perhaps a very an NFT that lacks value.
Well, the factors are not because of the network value itself. Ideally, I guess I'm going to component of different fingers worldwide competing for the treasury interest. Like, there's a reason why good thing to have that token that all the stable reserve values of that reserve is just using interest generating machines that helps fund prizes for the competitors that are going against each other doing the challenge.
Okay, that makes sense. I don't want to complicate things with the challenge yet. It's just another aspect of it. I get that. All right. So you're going to have, at a certain point, a ticker that's very, very expensive because it never goes down in value. Right?
I mean, so long as I'm not sure, but I mean,
If a ticker never goes down,
I'm not sure where that basically it'll take more control as time goes on to this how it works. Essentially,
if the ticker never goes down, then by definition it either remains the same or goes up. Correct?
yeah.
Okay. The only way that the value of the ticker will go down is through whatever taxes that you have, or the interest, or whatever you pay out, whatever. That's the only way that the fund is going to do, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So at a certain point, let's say you get 1,000 people give $1,000, which is in total $1,000,000. $1,000,000 market cap to buy one token. And then for the next person to get it, they have to give $1,000,000. And then it'd be worth $2,000,000. And for the next person to get it, approximately. I understand that like some of it's going to be given out privately. But then for the next person to get it, they have to pay $2,000,000. So then it's going to be worth $4,000,000. And for the next person, just one individual person can add up to get an entire token, it'll then be worth 8 million, 16 and 32 and 16. Okay. But they can't sell that. So the only thing that they're getting out of it is some NFT, which hasn't yet proven itself. The NFT market is on the ropes. I'm not saying it's dead; it'll come back, but it's not. This, as I look at it, it's really just an NFT project. It's the coin is a vector to buy the NFT or to transfer the NFTs. But the fact that you can't sell the coin makes it an unattractive investment for a lot of people.
Here. Because it's new to me, I can't come up with answers on the fly, but I would just propose that we just take a break, like slow it down, don't go through all this AI shit, it'll take 5 minutes, and then after listening to this, I listened to probably a million of your chat GPT, like this constant reading. I can listen to one of mine, let's say 5 minutes, and we can talk about it.
All right. With that being said, they are responses to questions that you have. I don't come to you with questions and like, hey, how does this work? So many times you'll come to me with a question, we'll have to look something up. Right? I'll give you 5 minutes. I'll even give you a little bit more. I won't have a hard time on it. You won't get the cat. You won't get the bear. But before we do that, I want to know. I think that this all rests on how many NFTs you're going to have. And I understand you don't have that number. But basically, you can't quantify what the value of this project is. But okay, with that being said, I'm going to get my timer, and I'm going to give you 5 minutes. If you need a little more, I understand. I'm not going to give you 8 minutes. You've got to get this down to 5 minutes, and especially when we can talk about it for an hour. All right, so go.
So it shifted from can I force the price up to can I remove the sales factor and the direct value into different exercises. That's what's more structurally down. Let's break it down. Your idea is that the token cannot be sold. The token can only be used, burned, or bought. Using the token mints NFTs. The NFTs are tradable. The NFTs capture speculative upside. The token becomes a non-redeemable productive asset that avoids the sell pressure that drains the reserves. This avoids out of the trap. People can exit, but people can't exit the reserves because there's no consumption that exists. So there's no downward bonding curve exists, and supply moves in one direction. It's either minted, burned, or locked. Token mechanics. Token is minted, we are bonding curve price increases as supply increases. No spell function, no redemption. Token is pure access crafting asset. The NFT is minted. Burning token is the NFT example. You burn 100 tokens, you get a common NFT, burn 500, you get a rare, and you burn 2,000, you get a legendary NFT. Burning reduces the supply. If the bonding curve is upward sloping, the supply goes down, and the theoretical curve price remains higher. Increases creates scarcity pressure. Every token that was originally meant to be a bonding curve with the reserve tokens. Tokens can't be redeemed. The reserve never shrinks. Then you have more backing per token increases over time and NFTs per supply. Backing per token equals the reserve divided by the supply. If supply decreases, you get less backing per token. Where does speculation go? Speculation moves to NFTs. They're sellable, scarcity based, market price, and they're outside the bonding curve. So
lives in the NFT market, not the token market, which translates to risk. What this looks like economically. Tokens become fuel crafting material access, governance weight, minting resource. NFTs become tradable assets, status symbols, yield access, and access credentials. We can design NFTs that share protocol revenue, provide staking boost, not a currency but close to economic loop. NFT demand collapses, token demand collapses because token has no sell exit, only mint utilities. The token price stagnates, but it doesn't collapse via panic selling because selling is costly. Post-deterministic upward pressure as you can get because there's no redemption drain. Reserve only grows and supply can shrink via burns. Backing per token increases mathematically. Why would people want the NFTs? Because that's now the speculative layer. If NFTs have cultural value, revenue rates, access power, competitive utility, and governance control, when the system works, if not, demand drives up. Essentially designing a one-way walking into okay. Token role. If tokens cannot be sold, you must justify its existence through utility. Token has fuel means consumed to power protocol actions. Minting NFTs requires burning tokens, entering competitions cost tokens, upgrading NFTs cost tokens, accessing special cost tokens organically. Fuel creates continuous demand because actions require consumption. Economically, tokens is burned during use. Supply decreases, treasury remaining backing for remaining token use. Crafting material, sorry, the time constraint is okay. Go ahead. Let me just look at the ones that fuel crafting material, you can create NFTs with the access key. Token grant access to challenges, greater competition, voting privileges, premium jobs, revenue tools. Even if NFTs are tradable, token holders can obtain system control through governance. Minting resource, token exists. Solely to mint NFTs. I mean, token can be as an NFT demand derivative. NFTs become desirable, then the token recognizes, and the token becomes a productive input commodity, similar to gas, Ethereum, or Ethereum. The NFT value there. Let's explain how NFTs retain value of tokens. NFTs and very famous supply. NFTs stand on their own economic play, right? Cultural value. This is narrative-based value. NFTs can represent wins and competitions and high moments, historic episodes, figure milestones, the main character victories. Your platform has a central character, logic storyline. NFTs become artifacts of history. Example, the first challenge of a complete versus not legendary final victory. Cultural value compounds potential. This is how collected. Cultural value compounds potential. This is how collectibles gain value. Without culture, NFTs are just the narrative continuity that comes to symbolic status objects. Revenue rights. NFTs can entitle holders to a percentage of platform revenue, have revenue splits, challenge equity, creator sponsorship payouts, treasury yield differences. Example, each NFT earns 0.1% NFTs receive yield multipliers, which turns NFTs into a cash flow generating asset. Now their value is discounted future revenue, which creates fundamental backing of the token. Access power, NFTs grant, access to competition, ability to translate character, access to real world events, relative multipliers, and consumer collaboration. NFTs function outside the platform. They have stats with rarity, legendary NFT, which create governance control. NFTs vote on challenges beside the next storyline arc. A true new creator entry, control treasury allocation. Now governance becomes scarce and tradable. Control has value, power has value. So the token is non-redeemable, mid-fuel, the bonding curve, treasury, burning reduces supply, NFTs capture revenue rights, NFTs build governance, and treasury funds creator over. This creates entries that burn, that goes to competition, burn goes to trade. Final fundamental revenue rights, access power, governance control. Here becomes a real asset. Token becomes a conduit, but that's structurally stable. But depends on attention, narrative, participation, competition, not alone. The system is a closed loop digital economy where a non-sellable token is entered into a bonding curve used to create scarce tradable NFTs that represent status, access, governance, potential, revenue rights, and an evolving competitive implementation platform. Token cannot be shipped, removed, bedroom dynamics instead is burned to NFTs of varying. As tokens are burned, supply increases while the treasury builds from minting range, increasing structural backing for remaining unit. Speculation and trading occur, and the NFTs around the token there. The token functions as productive fuel over time. Cultural value, competitive victories, governance, and potential value or potential revenue participation flow to the NFTs, creating a self-reinforcing ecosystem of participation drives demand and narrative drives value. Most crypto projects try to solve volatility by trading and market physics, trying to engineer tokens that only go up, suppress, selling, or neutralize market forces through complex mechanics. This system is instead of trying to eliminate volatility at the base level, it removes the sell vector and redirects speculation to the digital assets designed to carry cultural, economic, and competitive value. At its foundation, a token minted through a bonding curve, and the bonding curve is a price mechanism where each new token minted completely increases the price per net of the next. Earlier, participants are at lower prices, but demand grows and cost of minting increases deterministically. Every token minted contributes to the treasury reserve controlled by the protocol. Unlike traditional tokens, however, this token cannot be sent back into the system. There is no redemption function and no liquidity drain. Once minted, it exists only as productive fuel. This changes everything. The token cannot be sold. There's no mechanism for panic access, and no scenario where holders rush to withdraw value from the reserves. Treasury grows as tokens are minted and is not shrink. The token's primary function is to mint NFTs. Participants burn tokens to create NFTs of varying rarity. More burn tokens, the rare and more powerful the NFT. Minted, burning permanently reduces token supply over a time. As supply decreases and reserves remain, the structural backing per token remaining increased. Tokens become scarcer over time if minting continues. The real value migrates upwards into the NFTs. Using a collectibles with a function of dynamic digital assets embedded with meaning, rights, and utility. They present for an evolving narrative platform for creators of intelligence contests. Like living digital arena, art entertainment platform, or game, or governance experiments. Each NFT represent an achievement in that world. Beyond culture, NFTs are better with economic rights entitled trying to get rid of all the repetitive NFTs, voting rights, equal NFT, NFTs carry attributes and the final paragraph, the token is not your product, it is the raw material. Fuel, not driver. The NFT is not the artifact of value creation, embodiment and participation in culture and potential economic return. By separating using from speculation, by isolating volatility into units, and by inferring reserves that never trade through redemption, this model builds a structurally stable digital economy. It does not promise infinite upward price. It promises a similar value emerges from participation, narrative, utility rather than reflects this financial engineering. This is not meant to be praised endlessly. This engine because it's function and to power a living digital world. And in that world, value belongs to those who create it. Yeah.
Excellent. Please summarize it in 1 minute.
The token enables you to mint the NFT. The NFT gives you voting rights, governance rights, and access to platform revenue. As different creators worldwide compete for the treasury interest, rewards, and the transaction, then the overall demand of the token will keep growing because of the network effect of creators competing for the and creating content over the token, and that's what drives it. The thing that's driving the value hinging on creators that are competing over the fee.
Okay. How is this not an NFT?
I'm not saying it isn't.
Okay.
It is NFT.
Okay. So how is this a crypto? It's not a crypto project. It's an NFT project, right?
I mean, because the NFT is backed by a cryptocurrency and it associated a cryptocurrency.
Okay, but I mean, the cryptocurrency is just.
I mean, people are depositing legitimate value into the cryptocurrency. They exchange one Ethereum, they get the token. They then take that token and they mint it to NFT, which gives them voting rights and percentage of platform fees.
I get that.
So,
But
and then
what's the difference?
if they want to sell, then they post that NFT on the marketplace and say, okay, I'm going to buy the representation of future protocol fees and the value back it with NFT depending on how valuable it is in the system. And
Okay, that raises the question.
value.
That raises the question for you. How do you buy the NFT?
Yeah, so you can either buy it on the open market of other people selling their NFTs, or you can deposit value and the token, and then mint the token and then exchange it for an NFT.
Okay, so why would I buy ticker B? Why wouldn't I just buy these NFTs on the open market?
That's a good question. I think probably is like I'm assuming it's going to be like there's just like an arbitrage opportunity essentially, and they'll basically be trading at more or less the same value because it's arbitrage.
So then why would I lock my money up in a token that I can't sell when I could just buy the exact same NFTs on open?
Regardless if you buy the token, you still like if you buy the token, you get the NFT. If you buy the NFT, you can sell the NFT no matter if you buy the token.
Okay, that's right. So then, why would you ever buy this token when you can just buy the NFTs?
It might be cheaper because they're interacting directly with the contract bonding curve.
Chances are it will be the exact same price.
I mean, yeah, more or less.
There's no reason as an investor to buy the coin, just buy the NFTs. They're the same price. Now you did say something that I didn't hear you say just now, but you said that there may be voting rights and some other things. You could always say that if you buy your NFTs off the open market, then you don't get voting. The way to get voting rights is to buy this token that you can't sell, right? Here you say, but that's the way that I would do it. If you're going to vote in the
I'm not sure I think the AI would be able to tell me why you'd want to buy it through the contract or anything like that. I just have not posed that question.
Okay, that's fine. Without doing that right now, why? So what you really have here is just an NFT project that's based around Bitcoin Obama, two challenges against others, right? Basically, one
But
sentence.
also,
In one sentence, that's what it is.
yes, but also potentially any of the NFT, there could be different positions where any of the NFT holders can participate in order to win. So, demand. So that's not just isolated to only, what's it called? Only, operators.
Okay. So again, one sentence. This is an NFT project that is based on competition between a crypto influencer known as Bitcoin Obama and other entities. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. How do you stop somebody from cheating in competition?
I mean, it's like I said, the core, like, core thing that's stopping it is being rigged. We need to make honest actors who are voting in the token. There's nothing really incentivizing.
And you literally chose the most dishonest actor in all of cryptocurrency, or one of them.
I mean, I don't think selling just makes you honest.
No, you're right. You're right. But lying does. And this person, Bitcoin Obama, has been caught at least in a half dozen different ploys of saying that he will never sell, he'll die before he sells. You give him a little bit of money, and then he sells it anyway. That's straight up dishonest. That's like prima facie uh, that is on its face
Giving up the idea would
dishonest.
work better with a different creator at the helm. I think you're going to say 100%. Maybe not, but it's a good point. I'm going to spotlight for that reason.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bitcoin Obama is literally like the last person I would choose.
I think the thing that makes him good is that he does do this, like, not afraid to do, like, calculated content and create, just go for it.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I know that he is dishonest. He likes choosing a dishonest person for and I was about prima facie. Uh, I would say that even Bitcoin Obama basically sits in your punch bowl. Like you create this big bowl of punch, and then you say, hey, whose name are we going to put on it? Bitcoin Obama. And it just gives people the wrong
Maybe this could be a stepping stone for Bitcoin Obama to prove to everyone that he's not going to run because there's something bigger and a purpose bigger for him to fight for.
um,
Right. So also he was incentivized to compete for the truth. And it's like an opportunity for him to essentially go into like a boxing thing against all these different creators and compete for the prize. So I think people enjoy Harry Potter community of going to Bitcoin Obama do crazy stuff. I think that's why he's the mascot of Harry Potter Obama. You're probably going to tell you're the mascot. I don't know, whatever definition you want to put.
I'm definitely the mascot. There's no doubt about it.
I know you want that.
Wait. It's not that I want it. It's not that I want it. It's just he doesn't do as much with it as I do. Yes, he's done something, but he doesn't live stream his life in their Discord or in their Telegram. It's not in them right now. He hasn't been wearing. He doesn't wear their merch. He doesn't wear their merch every single day of his life for the last 3 years. Essentially, they are just. But I understand he is a mascot for the. No one knows who he is. So
Everyone knows who he is.
yeah, right. That's like 30
On the
active.
internet, he has a decent following.
That's 30 active users. What I'm saying is that this is just like any other NFT project, it has a competition aspect to it. And
That makes it like no NFT project. There's no NFT project that's leveraging internet creators duking it out. I think that's why it makes it interesting.
I mean, you say duking it out. Is somebody going to fly to Nigeria and get in a fist fight with Bitcoin Obama?
Well, that's a metaphor for creating content. It's a competition. It's a battle for who's going to earn the transaction fees and interest of the content.
Okay,
sparring, but over through video creators.
Okay, I get that. So the competition will be what? Based on who gets the most amount of likes?
Yeah.
Okay, so then what's that? Somebody buying their post and then winning the transaction?
Because you have to own the NFT voting rights.
Yeah, no, Oh, so it's not likes on social media. It's likes.
No. The voting rights are tied to how much the NFT.
Okay. What? Okay, so as an investor, I I buy $1,000 worth of these. How much? How many voting rights does that give me? How much voting rights does that give?
I mean, like I just said, that's proportional to what side of the pool.
Okay, so at the beginning, let's say you put in $1,000 and I put in $1,000. Then we both have we both have
Yeah,
we both have 50% voting rights, right? Okay, and then let's say we give Bitcoin Obama $1,000, and so he gets it's I have 33%, you have 33%, he has 33%, and then
Bitcoin Obama can't have voting rights. That's bias, basically.
okay, I think that's unfair to him, but that's all right.
Why is it unfair?
Because he's a owner of the coin that you can't sell.
The market itself. Yeah, but it's a limit. It's biased, and obviously it's going to vote for itself.
Exactly. That's fine. Let him vote for himself.
I mean, I was going to do it once with a Democrat.
Okay. So just as a person, okay, I'm in for $1,000. You're in for $1,000, and we get another 8 people in. So there are 10 of us in for $1,000. And it's a competition between Bitcoin Obama and
Mark Zuckerberg.
and more light to see who can drink more water in 1 minute. In a
That
funnier.
could be dangerous a little bit.
Okay, yeah, okay, whatever. You're not going to drown yourself with 1 minute. You could though. Okay, but whatever. Okay, you can make the funniest. You can do the most jumping jacks in 1 minute or whatever, and then you're just gonna vote. Most push-ups, whatever. Okay, well let's say one like does 150 push-ups and Bitcoin Obama does 3 push-ups. Doesn't more like automatically win?
Yeah.
So then, what is my voting rights for?
Because the competition doesn't necessarily have to be right outcome like that. It could be create the funniest video, and it's subjective. It can judge.
Okay, so then there's that. Okay, so then there's that. So then we have a video. Okay, you have 10 seconds to make the person laugh as hard as they can. More like does the video for 10 seconds. Bitcoin Obama does a video for 10 seconds. And then we vote on it. What value does that create?
Entertainment,
I mean, but you can get that.
rivalry.
Yeah.
It's create your own story. The community voting on it. Honestly, they can make it as crazy as they want, and budget attached. Sure, one big contest. Eventually, there's something where maybe there's an IRL meetup, and they're literally.
I'm going to just be honest with you guys. I've given you about an hour of my time to listen to this, and I don't think it's one of your best ideas. If you have a few other ideas that are better that you should run with, you should run with the influencer marketplace. You could run with the greatest cryptocurrency of all time.
What's the influencer?
Okay. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, no, that was the winner. I was working on it yesterday.
Okay, I mean then don't put your efforts in too many places. You've got to focus. This idea, frankly, is just a regular NFT that has, in a lot of ways, a lot of unattractive elements of it. And you're just trying to get someone to invest, but you tell them, but you can't sell the coin. But you can sell the NFT, but then other people can just buy your NFT anyway. So why would you just do that? You're going to shut people up with that. Additionally, NFT.
I'm sure there's an answer to that. I just don't know.
Okay, so exactly. I mean, you don't know. You don't know how many NFTs are going to be generated. Let's say we've got this Bitcoin Obama versus more likely, and I buy all the NFTs that are on the open market, but I don't buy the coin. Does that mean that I can vote in that game?
It's going to probably require I just want to so
Okay, I got a decent amount of capital.
okay, let's say Bitcoin is not the central creator. Let's say it's Stephen Ross.
Okay, $8 versus Hammer.
I don't know who the second person is.
Okay, she's like a huge gamer. She's a huge gamer. Aiden Ross versus Mr. B.
Sure.
Okay. Fine. What's stopping one person from coming in and buying all of the NFTs on the open market and having more voting rights than anybody else? And then they just choose the winner.
I mean, I'll probably be the same expensive.
But possible.
I mean, especially there was a way to, like, if it actually got that skewed, you could open it up to voting.
Well, wait. Then you just liquidate all of the incentive to buy this coin that you can't sell.
Yeah, it may not be weighted so much. I don't think. I mean, that is a risk, obviously, just like there's a risk in Bitcoin getting a 51% tax. It's just how you're sure that doesn't happen. There's no guarantee necessarily that the miners don't collude and skew it. Ultimately, they're voting on transactions. The prize and the still maybe. I don't know what limitations you have except for limiting wallet addresses and KYC, but it's possible to own more than a small percentage of it. But
Okay. Why would you go with this project and not the greatest?
well, this project actually, like, there's a lot of mechanics within that's that are similar to or identical to the heuristic principle.
Okay, but I mean, there's all the added keep it simple. This one has a lot of complications. It has a lot of unanswered questions. It has a lot of ways to read the system. It's unattractive. It's the great cryptocurrency of all time. That one's simple. Why wouldn't you take all of the coins of what you brought and buy our coin, and then the coin over time will gain value? That's a pretty simple. Okay, I can explain that in 3 sentences with the other thing. It's full of loopholes. It took you 15 minutes to describe it, and we still didn't answer all the questions.
Your point about like having it not be great is valid, but I think assuming that it's distributed enough, like that would be an issue.
But
Because eventually,
that's a huge,
increasing.
that's a huge assumption. And Again, this is just an NFT. And then
Actually, even Rothschild, we don't take like different creators to speak because it's a transaction fees as an entity.
I mean, everything has potential. So I'm not going to say it doesn't have potential, but to get somebody like that, it'd have to be huge money. And so I understand it. It's not going to be something that big. But even if it's just someone moderately famous, that's gonna. There's a huge door open for someone.
The holders are motivated to go out and tag people at different, like the influencer market, and the crypto market is massive. So there's a way to join them and leverage those networks. I think there's value there, and the holders are going to be incentivized to go raise different influencers and go, yeah, on this platform and compete against XYZ, and maybe it doesn't have to be Obama. That's fine. Maybe it could be literally whatever the DAO of holders decide to vote in. If they don't vote in Obama, they don't want to see him. That's the way. But I think there's no current cryptocurrency project that will leverage different creators battling over transaction fees and like the podcast.
You don't know that. You don't know that. So like before you say that, before that, it's called ambush podcasting. If that is good. That is a watertight system. If you did that enough, you will become a very famous podcast. Now, you said something.
Okay, you're a smart guy. I'm sure that with the creator getting each other for transaction. I can see how that would be valuable.
That's just TikTok. That's just Instagram. People do that all the time.
No, they don't have the reward mechanism there.
Oh, yes, they do. They get monetized on TikTok. They get monetized on YouTube. They monetize on Instagram. The more views that they get, the higher they get paid. The more they get paid. The higher their revenue.
Just doesn't like the content here is still public added revenue.
Okay, but let's go back and let's see if this is already in the game. Because you're saying that nobody's done this, and I'm saying we don't know that. So here we go.
The cryptocurrency.
No, dog. Is there a cryptocurrency out there that, or an NFT project that basically exposes creators against each other, and then the winner gets the transaction fee? Is there anything similar to that?
It's certainly not in the top 400
I mean, there are some similar bigger art NFT competitions and art contest competitive platforms. There's one just called NFT Art Contest, where artists submit NFTs, pay a single fee to enter, and voters also pay fees to win. Creators won crypto.
It's pretty different than creators taking viral content.
I think it's very similar. What you consider to be No, it's not. No, it's not. You assume way too many things. And as the adage goes,
They said artwork.
I didn't say artwork. I didn't say artwork. I said art content. And anybody's post is art.
You wouldn't describe content as art.
I do.
No one was literally just
I think a lot of people would. I actually, to be honest with you, I have had people do that. And the only time I ever posted a video of me singing in the shower, in the Colorado Obama Telegram, the only person who saw it said this is art. And that's how I would describe it as well. I agree. It is art.
Okay, well, I'm sure if you go to we can go to that platform. See what their definitions are.
Art is the definition of art is anything that
Go
someone.
to the platform and see what they're actually, are they talking about the content or any video content or talking like a raw user?
All of that is art. If you consider it to be art, that's art.
Yeah, what is your question? Clearly, there's not a thing that I'm describing.
Okay. Again, you come maybe with, I don't know, in the entire time I've known you, 40 ideas. This one is not in the top half. It's not the worst idea ever. There's just so many questions about it. It's basically just an NFT, and uh, it's not very attractive. Why would I? Okay, let me just ask you. It's my NFT, or whatever. Like, I'm you, and I say to you, hey, do you want to invest $1,000 into my project? You're going to say, no, I don't have $1,000 to invest right now. And that's a lot of crypto investing.
We don't have, who's forcing them to invest $1,000?
Okay, if I even said to you, I have an NFT project, I want you to invest $100 into it, you're going to say no because I don't have $100 to invest.
Where's fractional NFT platform? I want to buy $10, someone can crack
Okay. When's the last time you bought an NFT?
I usually avoid buying.
NFT. Exactly. No, I agree with you.
Most
people. Go ahead. Go ahead. Most people are like you, though. They usually.
Okay, there's NFTs that are just JPEGs, often slightly altered images of an ape or whatever, and I understand the great collection. One of the first, and 500 billion or whatever, everyone got rich with us. Even though that's like one example.
Doug, I asked a simple question. When's the last time you bought an NFT?
Well,
Just answer the question. You don't have to give me a time.
I've never bought it.
Okay, that's a great.
That doesn't mean that they're
Wait, I'm not saying it does. I'm not saying it does, but I'm saying you're like the average investor out there. Basically, someone who doesn't have a huge amount of capital to be buying NFTs right now. And that's the biggest issue with it. And that's an honest answer that you gave. And that's great. I'm the same. I'm the same way.
Okay, my full answer. I'll let me finish.
Go ahead.
My thought is simple. Just that most NFTs are duplicated JPEGs, and sure, there's maybe that's following a digital blogs. It's like they're just way too repetitive. More interesting forms of NFTs are associated with some real world activity or some utility beyond just a image that's duplicated by real.
Okay. I'm in agreement. You've got to recognize, though, that you're basically at this point selling an NFT in a bearish NFT market. Not the best time to start this project. Now, Riser, I will give this to you. If you're passionate about it, you put some thought into it. So maybe in the future, when we have a bullish NFT market and people are buying NFTs like wild, then it might be the right time.
I hear that a lot.
Timing is everything. Timing
It doesn't matter if it's a bear market or if it's
Oh, of course it does. Of course it does. Of course it does.
there's projects that go against the smooth and there's not even a bear market. Just because it's a bear market, it doesn't mean it's absolutely zero.
No, I agree with you. But it's going to be a lot more work to get people to buy this NFT or whatever the coin to then buy the NFT. It's going to be a lot more work. You already have one.
Yeah, swimming upstream a little bit. For sure.
You already have a winning idea with the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. You already have a pitch for it. One of the most brave things I've ever heard you say, and honest things I've ever heard anyone say in my entire life. I mean this in a complimentary sense. One time I said to you not too long ago that I'm like, you love to start projects, but you're not good at finishing them. You're like, that's right. But this one I'm good at finish. And for you to have that kind of honesty and knowledge about yourself is incredibly deep. And if I were to say, oh, right, this is the best project I've ever heard about, like I did with the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, we worked on a pitch, we started to actually promote that one, and then it's gone. Then it's like, oh, well, there's no launch date for it. And then you moved on. And it's like, look, I'm telling you, if you were to pitch this to two different groups of people, you say, look, there's one coin where we basically use the collective power of all the rug pulls and combine those into one coin. That's the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. Versus, hey, this is an NFT project where we are going to have a competition, and the way that you choose a winner of the competition is by voting, and you can't sell the tokens. The former idea is much stronger. It's easier to understand. And that's at the end of the day, it's about making money. And the first one that gives me an avenue to make money. The second one is about entertainment, and the entertainment value is low. And at the end of the day, because if I'm watching Bitcoin Obama, you put up against more light. Both of those are pretty light. And okay, I agree with you. Like that's just not attractive to me. Like, what is an attractive competition to me? The Olympics, and even those, barely people anybody watches. At least the Winter Olympics, and that global can have a different effect. But people are busy, and so not saying that this like
the only thing that makes this appealing is the leveraging the networks creation. Like the podcast, the influencing podcast, but gives it the explosive growth in podcasts in general is leveraging creative network, and this is an avenue to do just that. That's the only reason why I think it's
okay. Let me ask you this. What's that ambush podcast? If I were to say to you, guys, you're going to spend 8 hours a day, every single day, now until time next year, 365 days, you're going to do 3 podcasts with people, every single, 3 individual podcasts. The way that you're going to find those individuals randomly surprising them in their live streams and asking them if they can participate. Not everybody's going to want to do it, but a lot, like more than 50% will. That way, I feel like you're leveraging huge audience, huge audience, and that has stability. Basically, people will listen and watch your old episodes, like you said. You use the phrase evergreen, and I agree with that. If you were to want to make money at the end of 1 year, you're going to be able to get some sponsorships with that, and people are going to want to be on your podcast, there's going to be something there. So that's that.
I can see the same sponsorship happening large enough creators. That's like if there's enough eyes that are watching the content,
If you put if you put 8 hours for the next 365 days into the competition NFT, you will run out of people to pitch this. You pitch it to everybody on Twitter. Everybody will know about it. Okay? Like, where else are you going to pitch it? At least with Ambush Podcasting, you can always go and pick a new person stream and ask them if they want to participate in this. If they choose no, that's fine. But if they choose yes, then you're going to get an hour of content, or more or less, whatever, and you're going to be able to leverage their audience into your network.
I disagree with what there's creators out there that would do it. There's no shortage of people that are creating content.
Exactly. You interview them.
Or limited to extreme where you're spending specifically for our live, where this is opening it to you don't have to be live, you're going to get 10,000 people or whatever that comment on your live stream, or they can comment on your social media post. Oh, you have to join Beat Bitcoin Obama. You've got a competition that it's very entertaining. Have a chance to win $5,000. Okay, it's very simple.
At the end of the day, to me, it's about the data. Data is number one resource. You're creating a lot more data if you get 1,000 podcasts in the next year versus one or two big posts of different creators. Like,
Podcast market is very saturated in this day and age.
wait,
I mean,
but that's true, but nobody's doing it. This is something that you need. Everybody's podcast is, hey, let's sit down and let's talk about something at a given time. This one's a surprise. The element of surprise is the exciting part of it.
I mean, it's interesting. I'm glad that we have these conversations, especially to disagree on it. We all have our own processes behind things. And in this particular instance, usually Amber podcast is more potential. So I understand what I'm saying. I think that the ability to have the community lead what viral content they want to see and have the community lead what they want to see either more prize for. I don't know. I think there's at least equally as much the amount of potential there, especially for viral content, because you're not just asking streamers the same like 30 questions or whatever. It's like every single thing has potential to have more viral capability, and then as the network scales, the amount of content, ideas, quality, and funding increases, which snowball effects to perpetuating likelihood of going viral.
Okay, let's take a podcast like Joe Rogan, which has become perhaps the first $1 billion podcast. That's the market that I think how much podcasting has. It's $1 billion idea. Uptake,
It needs an entertaining creator, extremely entertaining creator. No one's going to watch it in 10 seconds.
He's really not that entertaining. He's pretty boring and people don't think it's funny. He's just consistent. The reason why he has been able to build that podcast into $1 billion entity is because he's consistent. He puts out 3 of them every single week. I don't care if it's a holiday week. I don't care if he's sick. He's got the backlog one. That is why it's his.
The content itself is pulling in entertaining guests. He's not entertainment itself. He's still producing great gravitation.
His consistency is the thing that makes sense. 60 Minutes puts out interesting content, but it doesn't put out as much. But, it's great. I think the key to his success is his consistency. The same, I would say, is Phil Tony. It's not that he gets the funniest first people on there, or that he's hilarious, or that Red Band's hilarious. It's the fact that every Monday night,
We don't have the most consistency out of any person on the practice.
that's true.
Extreme of consistency.
That's true. And in the same way that nobody knew about Phil Tony in their first 8 years, and it didn't grow that much, that's the same with mine. But when people find out about mine, and they can go to my backlog, it's the biggest event in global history. Just like Kill Tony has become the largest live podcast in global history, and just like the Joe Rogan Experience has become the largest podcast in global history. It takes time. But once people find out about it,
Consistency is an exclusive to the Amherst podcast. Be big.
okay, we should even be considering this a separate idea. I think Bitcoin Obama is $1 million idea if it was done perfectly. I still think it's too easy to rig. Ambush podcasting is an industry that's $1 billion idea, and uptake is $1 trillion idea. So that's kind of the separation here. But $1 million idea is not a bad idea. But let me ask you this.
I don't think that's
Look, even the biggest NFT ever is not worth $1 billion today.
No, I mean, crypto funds and boardings are. I mean, there's one boarding that's just $200,000. Like that. Because that's just basically celebrities, like, keeping the whole,
So, arguably, maybe it's about $2 billion. That's not chump change, it's serious. But that's the biggest one in history. Most NFTs, 99.9% of NFTs, are worth 1% of their original value. What makes wait a token that you can't sell? And actually, most of them are backed by a token. You can't say that. You would say,
no, that's not true. That's not true.
okay. I may have to backtrack and say a huge amount of them are backed by tokens. This isn't like groundbreaking. Okay, a very small percentage. Okay, if you want to say that, but it's not like it's the most unique idea ever. What you're saying, the unique aspect is the competition aspect. And that, to me, is not that attractive. I know it could be, but that takes a lot of work and a lot of fun to make that work. Like, basically, if I understand, let's just take this 60 seconds, how you would promote this. You say, hey, everybody on Twitter Spaces, I have an NFT project. It's essentially a coin that can't be sold, but you can use it as, you can't use the coin as a vector to buy different NFTs. And these NFTs values are going to be increased by the fact that we're going to give some of the transaction fees to creators in competitions. And the way that the benefit of this project and investing is that voting share in the different competitions. And that's basically it, right?
The NFT, voting rights. Yeah.
Okay, but then we still didn't hash out what. Why can't I just buy the NFT? Or why shouldn't I? I know I can. I like it. Slightly higher. That's not a good deal.
Because there's not. Maybe it's not.
No, but I mean, I basically have.
If you want, yeah, I will go find the answer to the exact question.
Okay, go look it up.
You need an NFT, and you have. I got an NFT that has its value based on the cryptocurrency that you can't sell. Purchasing the cryptocurrency if you voted on it. What incentive do I have to an investor to buy the cryptocurrency if they could just buy the NFT on the open market?
The answer to that is the voting rights part. Oh, well, if the voting rights are transferable, then there's no reason to buy the cryptocurrency.
And we're going to find out the answer in 1 minute. So I'm sure there's a reason that the ID supercomputer was like. And regarding your other claims, like, I was thinking of an interesting social experiment. It's not a huge kind of investment that I made. Is actually not a huge kind of investment at all. It's just a coin in the ocean, and it can take off. So more upside to it than downside to it.
Yeah, I'm just doing the fine tuning of it, but it worked all night. So I have 4 of them, 3 of which I think will be viable. The other one I don't think is viable because it's like an old phone that just automatically shuts down background tasks after like a given amount of time. But of the other 3 that I have, they are one of them has been working like exceptionally well. It's, and it uploads something like every 9 minutes. And so I'll tell you right now, the last upload was 1 minute ago, then 8 minutes ago, then 15 minutes ago. So basically every 7 minutes, which is excellent. And then the other 2 I know are going to be slower. I'm okay with that though. And I'll give you information on it right now. One of them I might have to fix. But the other one, the other one's still working. So 2 out of 3 of them are working. One of them's working extremely well. So the answer is, do they work, or do you like them, or whatever? How are they going?
I would say that's successful. The fact that one of them works, you know, given enough time, it'll create tens of thousands of videos, which I think is baller. Now you may say, what value does that bring? I could care less about the value. It's the fact that it's the art. Basically, these are mini music videos of my life put to music, which I think is very cool. And while that may not seem cool right now, in the future will be seen as groundbreaking and extremely interesting. People will like take aspects of my life when they could. I mean, if I marketed it that way, yeah. And then they would all be unique NFTs. It'd basically be like a usually it most certainly is. It's 60. That is exactly correct. It's a 60-second unique video with an amazing song over it. Rise, are you still looking up an answer?
Yeah, question. Future God question it has. Question.
I mean, if it was so garbage, why did you have to look it up?
It's because it's flawless and humans are flawed.
Like, what's the answer? Go ahead.
Okay. So question just so we can so, why would someone buy the token if they're paying to the purchase NFT? Great off. Which is a valid question. I'm sure many people have heard it. So, we're into the design. The question is, can this work? Why would a rational actor choose a bonding path instead of just buying it? That's where systems decide their point is. The answer depends on whether the bonding curve offers the secondary market. Let's start with the mechanical difference. On the bonding curve, price is deterministic. The curve is upward sloping. Price increases as supply increases. The simplest limit form, at least the y is on x plus 1. The x is the total supply, y is an input. Slope m determines how aggressive price rises. So the marketplace negotiation is over. On the open market, NFT price social depends on seller liquidity, hype cycles, and perceived rarity. That's a completely different price. The why choose to pay? First reason is that it guarantees access to the formula price. NFTs are in demand, secondary prices can exceed the mint cost. Tokens with the Vaughn curve is predictable outcomes. Before secondary develop. This is equivalent to buying raw materials of furnished goods when you believe debt and practice. Second, scarcity reinforces. If minting requires burning tokens, circulating supply strength. If reserve remains constant and supply falls, structural backing per token increases according to the backing to the reserve divided by supply. Burning reduces the denominator, which creates upward structural pressure on the token. Someone flying via the curve benefit from both the NFT side and the increasing third back dynamics. Third, vertical integration of exposure on an NFT and the open market. Exposure NFT only on token first is exposure to the minting code plus optionality. You can decide when and what rarities and that optionality has optionality. That's the difference between buying a business versus buying a flavor field. Fourth, participation rights. The governance rate, access to goods, and priority are tied to token trading before the bonding curve fire. Secondary NFT buyers. If the system allocates competition or revenue boost to the original makers, that could kind of raise about voting age, although it may not have. But it could easily treasury reflexivity, heavy bonding increases treasury reserves, if securities revenue cards, really bonding to where capitalizing or does not treasury, it just transfers for private capital allocated. NFTs on the market are cheaper.
Exactly.
Higher in terms of rational.
Exactly. That's the
Their
next question.
arbitrage
Exactly what I was
only
going to
works
ask.
if the root cause undercut secondary market expectation, or if minting raise additional rights that secondary buyers don't.
That's
The
it.
real answer is that people buy via the bond market when cash buy structure. Price unpredictability, optionality, governance rate, narrative speed, or economic rights of the secondary market. If the mint offer who offers extra, the curve becomes ceremonial, it could be higher exceed. Minting is how you government, how you distribute, how you secure currency to then the bond curve becomes the front door of the secondary market. Resale related entry. What you're designing is not just tokenized incentive type. Bonding curve must feel like participation. The open market must feel like acquisition. If those experiences are economically distinct, rational actors will use both pathways. Instead, people use the curve that market is more than percent. Whenever it's creation, it's structurally outside the system rather than simply ownership of an artifact. I think it's serious one there. Yes, the NFT obviously there is less value than secondary market are going to available an ideal system. Relative, and it's getting video accounts that are all potential buyers and it has a self-sustaining economic engine behind it that there's reason to believe that the bonding in the speculation will continue to drive the secondary market price upward.
Okay, well, I mean, I know you think that that was like checkmate against my argument. It actually reinforces my argument that in a poor NFT market, people will just buy the NFT and it could actually be cheaper on the NFT market. So,
Yeah, it could be like necessary.
it's
What I said before, it's
50-50.
growing. It's growing because we're one system that chances are that economic market is going to be more expensive.
It's growing, but there's a 50% chance that it'll be growing and a 50% chance that it won't be. And so that means there's also a 50% chance that it won't be more expensive. And it will be less expensive to buy it on the open market. So again, as that
I
AI,
mean, pretend, we're saying 50% don't know truly if this is a game show.
that's true. Right now, though, the chances are that it will be shrinking and growing just based on the NFT market. I know this is a unique thing. Hey, if you want to do it, I'm not going to stop you. I just think that you have better ideas on your plate, and I would not invest in this one. And for those reasons, I'm out.
Fair enough. I mean, I appreciate your feedback. As I mentioned, I don't want to. It's more of a curiosity.
Oh,
I
I, I always love to hear your ideas. I think you have some winners. And again, like I said, the 40 ideas you maybe brought to me and our friendship, this would be maybe in the middle to the back. And something like the greatest cryptocurrency of all time towards the front. Something like Bear Scare.
At the front. Around the University of Vancouver.
Well, University of Vancouver is like top 5, without a doubt. We could market the shit out of that one to just kids in China. Hey kids, want to be Canadian? Come here.
Free citizenship.
Yeah, you can work that out. All right. So, are you gonna run with this one, or are you gonna sit on it and then just let it sizzle out?
I have not thrown in the towel
I don't understand why you wouldn't. I mean, look, you do your own thing, but I don't understand why you wouldn't be promoting this thing 8 hours a day if you were really serious about it. I don't mean to. This is not an insulting question. This is an honest question. Have you ever had a 40-hour a week job? Okay, you recognize that, like, the consistency that you have to come in with 40 hours, 8 hours a day to promote something, and that's what developers do, and that's what marketers do. The 3 hours a week marketing that you do with some of these projects is not is insufficient. It doesn't mean that it's not a good project, though. The greatest cryptocurrency of all time. If you notice, my reaction to that one, it needed some tweaking, and just the marketing of it was much different than this one. And I'm saying that under the right
van and be able to work automatically from various destinations to still keep pursuing the user-based activity.
I want to talk about that mural career in a moment. But what are the other 2 projects that you're doing?
So literally, honestly, well, I guess also, I like because we're going up online for just curious whether I get it perhaps a lottery ticket, but I'm gonna just my primary focuses are the grassroots outsourced place work on them. Like just pushing it out and over to like guys great possible. Keep learning new stuff about it, like how to keep up my students. Literally trying to do everything. So I know about one. And also, there's
Okay, okay, but not balls to the walls. Because if you're balls to the walls, you're focused on one, so you're in 3 different ways. But I get that. The mural aspect. There's a guy who has an NFT project. He's going for 7 Guinness World Records. Um, so here's a break. It's like 5,000 square feet. It's the largest NFT mural. So basically, what he does is he goes into different Twitter spaces and promotes himself, and he says, "Look, if you want to get on our wall, we have a warehouse that we're painting, and if you want to be on this wall,
this mural. It's a 5,000 square foot canvas. You can get on it for X amount of money. Have you heard about this guy's project?
Yeah, you mentioned it before.
Oh, I mentioned it already. Okay, apologies.
What's it called? What's it called? You know?
No, I don't. Not off the top of my head. I do know though that he's got some pretty big influencers who are
What do I check?
involved in it. Oh, he's following me. So let me. I bet I can find these NFT. Put in 5,000. Or I know where it's gonna be. Let's see. Doesn't want to give the actual location. The city. Okay, here. Warehouse. Oh, well, you know what? Okay. How do you find? Okay, I found it. Um, and it has a video of the warehouse, and like, it's really like a really nice. Okay, so if you want to find it, the guy. Okay, he is at Drake DRAKE underscore Coco KOKO 62874. I understand if you need it. DRAKE, yeah, Drake underscore Coco KOKO 62874. Drake underscore Coco 62874. Did you find him? All right. Now, if you want to know like what his, I mean, just I would go to his videos, and he has videos of him doing the mural.
What gives this NFT value?
I mean, that's not a question for me. That's a question for him. But I would say that it's like a world record largest mural, NFT mural in history. So that's valuable.
Tokenizing the mural.
Yeah. I mean, you're someone who likes murals and is a muralist. Uh, is this something that you could do?
I'm not saying it's a bad idea.
No. I'm asking you. I'm not saying that in a derogatory way. I'm asking. Is this something that you could do? Basically, you just hang up a big tarp and then make sell NFTs to be on it, and then you could travel with that in your van.
Um, I don't want to copy this guy's thing, but also sounds like I wouldn't be able to transport it.
Yeah. Okay, I mean,
Like I could turn, say I take the girl, I could turn that girl into an NFT and post it online. There's only one NFT of the girl and whatever, and people could buy it. But I don't know. I honestly am not very fond of personally NFTs like artwork, honestly. Like, it seems strange, but in my opinion.
okay, I mean that's what they are. They're just digital artwork.
Yeah, I know. I mean, they're just too many NFTs, but it's just like literally the same, and there's like colors, or not the few things. Like, yeah, there's like I personally am not. I think we should just own the physical piece of art. It doesn't need an NFT.
Okay.
Like the screenshot the image. I know that's
All right. Have we talked about this? It was a website. I think it's still a website called the $1 Million Website with advertising. Let me look it up. Okay, so I want you to imagine. Yeah, it's called the $1 Million Homepage. Go to $1,000,000homepage.com.
uh, $1 million.
$1,000,000homepage.com.
Okay.
So this guy made $1 million by just selling ad space on a website way back in the day. And I imagine if you made imagine this. You basically like that guy has tarps. You spray paint on tarps and you make it so that they could all be put together if you wanted to in one location and it would look like this.
Biggest eyesore.
I mean, some people call it an eyesore, other people would call it art. This guy made $1 million doing this.
Okay. I guess you could do that. I don't know if that's the greatest idea.
Well, it would integrate your idea of being able to make like basically monetizing your murals.
So you're aggregating. You don't even need to be a mural artist to do that. I mean, you can be a part of it, but anyone can do it if they just want to aggregate it. There's a bunch of unrelated paintings capture the edges of things together.
Exactly. That's exactly right. Well, I wouldn't call it that, but yeah, exactly. Just to connect them all together. I think it's beautiful. Like I'm looking at it and I'm like, this is art. Like it. I like to look at it. It's almost like Where's Waldo, and I'm looking and I'm trying to see like what businesses are still in business, and like if you did the same thing with just NFTs or just any kind of company, but you did it on canvas, I think that you could make money being a muralist.
I think collaboration is a great way to make money as an artist and your network, and that is an extension of collaboration and that leverages network effects. So I can't say that it's a bad idea, and I think that there is probably a lot of value because the link of a big collaborative project like that.
I agree.
Something that I personally want to invest my own time in. Probably not, but that doesn't mean it's a bad endeavor. I personally am fascinated by collaboration efforts. And I do think that collaboration efforts are probably some of the best artwork that there are. Especially when two people's styles and then you combine them together and result.
Okay. Well, it's something that I wanted you to see because I think it's related to murals, and I wanted you to see that other guy, and I want you to be successful in all your endeavors, including uh, beat. And I think that beat has potential. It's just you have other ideas that I think have more potential. But really, with enough time, Riser, and you watch, if I go viral, like I know that's a big if, but somebody's going to run with that idea, and it's going to be a huge competition in influencers, and it'll be like, oh, why didn't you think that was a good idea then? And this thing, I don't think it's the right idea right now. You need to have some backing, some financial backing to make that project work. But maybe in the future,
Why do that? The financial backing comes from the transaction points and treasury of tokens.
how are people gonna find out about this token? Okay, how do you get influencers to talk about it? You have to pay them.
Well, they have a chance to compete for prize money.
Yeah, but they're gonna say, I need some money up front. I'm not just gonna do this out of the goodness of my own heart.
It depends on the size and scale of the
Okay, I'm not saying
But
this.
yeah, you're right. Obviously, if it's someone that is popular, you're not going to do a pro bono for a contest.
Like it's the old adage, it takes money to make money. So you've got this idea right now. What's stopping you from getting it to work?
Obama's a big. Uh,
That's what's stopping you from getting it to work?
I mean, I don't what is supposed to
I would say it's investment. You need people to buy into this, whether it's the influencers or individual investors. And the way that you get people to do that is through telling people about it, marketing it.
Well,
And
it comes to boils down are the motivated to spread this to other influencers? I'd say yes. That's driving out of demand. All of the influencers grew up and they keep that's a mechanism to motivate people to
okay, another question that arises: what stops somebody else from just doing what you're doing, just better?
how are they going to do it better?
Better. So you start with Bitcoin Obama and More Light, and they start with Aiden Ross and Mr. Beast.
So they're already a billionaire, basically.
Yeah, basically, if they see that your idea it has a way to be successful, they just do it really big.
Well, that's actually, I mean, that's a common risk of virtually every single business out there is, okay, how are you going to scale it to the point where a giant corporation like Pepsi just wants to do like, as Kevin O'Leary would say, the top of
That you are.
you are.
Yeah,
I'd
exactly.
say, I mean, it is about that, but at the same time, like your stream proves, it's like we have the data to show that we do a regional contest, and the fact that you're trying to steal our market share means that this idea is worth something, and that culture is listening to the idea there, and they're going to rate every single one of their posts. Like, hey, these are just massive copycats trying to sell posts. I think cool. Usually people like to not the copycat is just kind of people an idea that provides zero actual innovation. My experience.
They follow.
Things can happen, and it happens all the time that giant companies completely just rip off other people. I think like networkers work out for that product.
All right. What you have though is not anything that isn't pretty easily replicated and done much better by a larger organization. Can we agree on that?
I mean,
There's nothing proprietary.
absolutely, but I mean the same is true. I mean the only thing that is good about the advertising marketplace, or like the only moat that there is, like you can patent hypothetically the whatever, but that doesn't matter. The only true moat is the network. And so the question is, can you build a network that is going to compete with the other giant corporation that's trying to can you fail fast enough before we go basically dog eat dog world? And that's a risk.
Yeah, it is a risk. I mean, it's, that's why I said like it's important to have capital behind this, and if you could show that it works, somebody's just going to do it and exactly squash you like the backwards that you are.
I mean, if they're doing that, that means that there's already value in it.
Right, but why would they look at Obama, Bitcoin Obama, more light when they could look at Aiden Ross and Mr. Beast?
Well, because by the time it actually gains traction. Like you start at low level standards, no one's going to give a shit whether it's at what level it is. Let's say we're in five digit, like less than 100,000 followers. Probably less than 10,000 followers, no one cares. Less than 100,000 followers, still barely anyone cares. It's like when you start getting traction enough to attract six-figure followers that you have enough momentum to keep snowballing it. And sure, maybe people knock it off at that point. People will make themselves know that you're the original creator of the idea.
I mean, there are people who created soda drinks before Coca-Cola, but nobody knows about any of them.
Okay, well, I mean, it's possible to get ripped off. I know that. I guess that's a network effects are harder to rip off. A lot harder to rip off than just the problem.
Okay. All right. Well, I wish you the best with it. And if you need anybody else to talk to about it, let me know.
Absolutely.
You want to know what's going to happen with this bad boy?
It's gonna be a success.
Yeah, it will be, but not from you in the next, I don't know, maybe 3 years or so. You're going to sit on it like you sit on all the other ideas. You're going to lose your momentum for it. But then once this blows up, then people will see that hey, that would be the first one. And then they would get excited about it. And it could be an NFT based on competition. And so it would be really successful. But that's not because it's such a great idea or whatever. It would be because it's associated with the most amount of data in global history, which is what gives it a lot of value. I'm not denying that. So I think that in your case, you won't do anything with it just because you've got a lot on your plate already, which is already better ideas. But it will be successful long term. What are your thoughts on that? Very honest opinion.
I look forward to proving you wrong, but also, if that's true, then that's still a win for me because people will look back on the archive and pay their dues to the new creator, just like we pay dues to that random guy who started a marketplace idea, and same with the Nike taking care of the solution. You know,
Okay, I agree. I think that people will love you in the future very much so because you have such a creative mind and you've been blessed with a very creative mind, Riser. It's always working. I wish I could have it focus on things more and see them through to be successful. However, that's not on you. That's just a really hard part of life. So it's not like you're bad or anything like that. You're really good, and you bring up excellent ideas, and just our conversations generate some really good ideas. And like in the future, people will study my conversations with different people, and they will love my conversations with Miss Aquarius for uh, their positivity. They'll love my discussions with Zoot for comedy and mental health. and they will love our conversations for creativity and invention. Like each person will have their own like gift to the world, and yours will be creativity and invention, and that is a beautiful thing that you will, have been able to give to the world.
I appreciate the kind words.
Absolutely, you're very smart. And you're very um,
I was gonna say, yeah, but regarding the focus thing, I do answer like acknowledge the execution of ideas. Uh, I mean, I didn't really know you before, but as I mentioned, like I was very obsessed with our constructs and insurance, and was very focused on that. But then after that, faded away for this practical reasons and searching for how to best dedicate my time and my life. I just like a pinata and just bursting it open and seeing what ideas are pursuing. And as I mentioned, like if I'm motivated and I have belief in something, then I'm going to dedicate a lot of time, like obsessively over it. But the belief and motivation are there, so I have interest.
and that's
And
who,
sometimes it's difficult to keep the belief and motivation there. And I have to remind myself, or other people are able to remind me that, oh, hey, this thing actually is worth pursuing, and it must be time into it. Because there's value behind it. I'm like, oh, yeah, my internal skepticism has been overridden, and then I can motivate it.
and that's human nature, and you're not alone. Well, I do want to say how I appreciate your kind words when you came in, and I love shitting on people and then building them up. And perhaps, but I know that your words are from the heart. And I respect you, and you want you to support you always as a person, not so much always the ideas. Not everybody always has $1 million ideas or $1 billion ideas or $1 trillion ideas. What I do think you got a winner, I will tell you, I think you should run with this one. And I think right now you have $1 million idea before you, which is this competition thing. You've got $1 billion idea in front of you, which is the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. And you've got $1 trillion idea, which is okay, whatever one you want to go with. Uh, is taken. I understand. Okay, no, shut the fuck up about Upwork. Get out of here with that garbage. It's not the same. And then if
I don't know how you. I think it's a very valid question that people ask. How you can bring upward.
Upwork is
So,
a
our competitors, I'm not saying that that's good. I guess the argument is why they may not be.
how are
This one's specifically tailored for advertising.
how are
Different Upward, Upward also has markets.
How are Twitter and Tumblr and TikTok? Those are all very similarly named, and they're all social media platforms, and they're allowed to coexist using that term. There's you now, there's you porn, and there's YouTube. Those are all allowed. They're all video hosting websites.
Yeah, I don't know how you can't see the overlap between upward.
I'm saying to you that overlap doesn't matter. You have you porn and YouTube. What's the difference? They're both video hosting websites. They're allowed to coexist. So why would
No one's heard of the other one.
wait, you porn? A lot of people have heard, of. And YouTube. They're both video hosting websites.
They're completely different market.
That's correct. It really does. If you go on the Playboy channel on YouTube, you can see naked women.
Hey, you found one, like, found one address.
I mean,
Try to upload pornography to YouTube and see how quickly your thing gets banned.
I mean, it comes down to what do you define as pornography. And in United States, other Supreme Court, I'll know it when I see it. And that guy's dead.
Everyone knows that you're finding some edge case that doesn't.
That's what I do, baby. They could call me that. I'm the edge. I'm the king of the edge.
The edge thing.
Yeah, baby. All right, my friend. I gotta take a little. I gotta do my class. So you do your thing. Make sure you come here tomorrow. Make sure you come here tomorrow night. I would love to beat you 10 games in a row in Scrabble. Does that sound like a plan?
Sounds good. I played Rabbi against my mom yesterday, and I thought that she would be a lot better at it. 'Cause she tells me that freaking like honeycomb word game, or literally it should be like training. It's literally because you got like extra 7 letters, and you have to make a word with 7 letters. And she does it every day religiously. Get the most. I thought those skills would transfer into the body, but maybe we should practice.
Perhaps it does. Okay, what I want you to know is that we can also watch Billion Dollar Billy or some other documentary tomorrow, okay? So plan on your Friday night to do something, okay? Remember, everybody, when I asked Riser to plan on Friday night, and just silence? Wait,
Fucking thing.
okay. What the fuck is that? Yo, dog. Do you remember? So just be here tomorrow night. We'll watch Billion Dollar Billy.
Sounds good.
Excellent. Peace out. Peace out.
So there are guys who wait actually, I did this. But I was like, first base. that was my because when we get some kids, it's like so there's two ways. This was my fact about it, and I can that's me why no. I'm actually everybody get the running meetings. Wait, and but the reason I messaging is I have she's cool. Sometimes right. So much attention. So what? Is it? Yeah, that's you get caught. You get sorry. I was so
Date is 9/9. There's a and all right, here we go, folks. Show us on where now. Chachma, now, Kala, that's night. Examination or inspect Chala. Should perform. Correct. An animal that was not acquired by person who Torah and and so Alright. Genesis actually Nevi'im, prophet, same Zachariah. Jonah, Micah, but not Haggai. Michigan, Psalms prophet, Job, three, Daniel, Rahab, Gemini. Application. That's a basin of gold. Really sacred. Not Kabbalah. Kabbalah, Orphan Kabbalah.
Origin. Spiritual was dominant. Itself is seen as a manifestation of divine reality, the figure, the type of mystical, often associated with divine nature. Reality itself is divine. And relationship to deception should correspond to the concepts of divine equity, chesed, loving kindness, vura, tiferet, verat, majesty, cosmology, the worlds before ours, cycle, one person Yeshua, 49,000, stage. This anticipates later years of sabbatical. This was controversial. Short, in depth, referencing crowds, mystical, cosmic cycles, universal, divine, repeats entire shifts, status, does not change. Same later reality cosmologies earlier. Why introduced dynamic ground. The earliest Jewish text of reality divine language. Like Sefer Hutton, seven shifts onto historical conflicts with
Just takes a little time. You hate it? I'm Kai. That's pleasurable. Bring record. Besides that, everybody. That's Irish. Chicago. Kind of a fetish. Topless. Not. That's just. Shirt. For sure. Also, there's a neck. Finish. Beans, holiday, like black culture, and smooth dip. Mint, and chicken. It's really and squash, yeah, squash, short for your yacht, which means he gives drink. Forward, over Shadow, that's a town. Shadow, that's a also you could carve missile is project. Hey, Monster. Each step needs to carry a burden. Okay, guys, done. That could be. King together in America. Titan. Anniversary. Outside. Outside of the national music perspective of the process. Terms thinking about that she for me the news that couple settles there before and but and any other agreement practically public content that's content either or the Red, Connor, as well as many additional given shots for his work. Shah Khan is actually important. Without helping the Shah Khan, he doesn't the couple wants to get no one even as a Khan. Anyone who gets Shah Khan, work successful professional Shah Khan is like often underappreciated job at Roman Lutheran once asked Rabbi Yossi they took God what is he making? What has he been doing since then? God has been making action to determine what's the value of someone's will go someone and go to this is architecture I question the same thing. I have many instances on the property and it may seem simple to you to simple hard to read. It may seem simple to you to read like see, but it has but as difficult to have words but no difference. Rather much more to make sense than 28% by 1,000 moments, 1,000 ways, 1,000 then it's quite hard to say how or just lose it or decrease it. Even in the main Rabbi Yossi, there is no like your your Florida entry pleasant or purchase the shop. In a traditional setting, parents of the tree was a generally the right to purchase the shop, but it is not manageable for the suspected make the fire combat or not. However, whenever shall seek a match where parents are not available, it's the single deal with the shop size and decides whether or not to pursue again. Now, although Christian has already determined who is married, it is incumbent upon us to proactively help and their children to become viable shop on time. Here is an excerpt from the letter sent by Rabbi and it's been regarding your daughter, it seems to me the opposite of the shop. So matches is God's purpose, Hashem's purpose. Everything must have, and it is appropriate that on every day for you that 18 comes to children and for all more family because praying and this would be to attract entertainment. And then after, alright, now got a bunch of that's fine. So now this way we saw the really big red with the red heifer, and it could become from a state. What are like 10 other riddles that are real and ethical, they're just a solution? Already met from Torah, present purified and impure, but make the pure. Oh, why must the comb become chana, virtually impure? She in Solomon is traditional, but not to have fully grasped super related the loss problem. Changing Hamlet Hamlet, but today how does ethics create a problem to rebuild the temple most recently? Our enforcement purity, we can pick ecosystem requires purity. Electricity is not so I'm just hoping for fire is the right. There's smart homes violations. What about outside like ancient category? Fires and fix that. Free will versus divine foreknowledge of God and arbitrary feet. Tension of feelings. So let's philosophical yourself in a way. Resurrection mechanics, resurrection. When the dead are revived, what body did it? What about cremated? What about identity? DNA? Mystical answers exist, but practically it's a metaphysical riddle. Identity, resurrection, who's a Levi, who is which right? We rely on tradition genealogically. He is largely lost. The temple era appears in puzzle. Conversion standards in the global world. Who is Jewish? Who is Orthodox? The the Shemitah of the universe and Abraham Jamuna are we in one cosmic cycle and community? Or expression changes per cycle? What does that imply about effort and a of scale? The true religion seems here are I did restoring globally co-operative airtight solution to Arduino crisis. Future Shabbat framework for AI. Pick one, two. Let's start with number one. But those are really good. All right. So we have rabbis starting with basically Moses, and God was passed down before the laying down of hands to Joshua and the Savior up until the second century of the Common Era, generally when the Romans made it illegal, right? Okay. Well, couldn't we just say that uh, has had changed, so it could have just and since rabbi literally means teacher, it could just be the from one teacher to another. So a teacher has like a classroom. Everyone in that classroom would learn under that teacher. It'd be like a rabbi tree, like a social tree, and then that would continue. And then I know it was tried to be restarted in the 16th century or whatever. It didn't even necessarily need to be restarted. It's still going. There's an argument that at its core word, rabbi just means teacher. So we've had rabbis, Jewish teachers, since the fall of the temple and the Roman age to end it. So we could just say that rabbi sometimes has more additions with the laying on of hands, different kinds, but at the core it just means teacher. So because we previously had teachers this entire time, recon never really ended. Oh, that's how I see it. Oh, good. Now it's covered. I mean, that's how I see it. And that's how I've stated it to rabbinical colleagues. At the core, it doesn't mean anything but teaching. You can say that it means other things. That's cool. But at the core, it means teaching. All right, riddle me this. Yo, what up, Tim? I'm in the middle of the class right now, so how you living, baby? Okay, that's fine. Very well. So, we are currently studying political coordination, and uh, so there's an argument to be made. So traditionally, as rabbis, the first rabbi would say that Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses as teacher, and he has been teaching to Joshua, and Joshua then stages. Basically, this process of formal but biblical orientation continued until the second century era. However, the Romans made it illegal after the fall of the Second Temple in 69 of the Common and there's this major point of contention that we do have rabbis today, but it's not necessarily the same rabbis that we had in the second century because of the rabbinical ordination becoming illegal. However, I think there's a pretty easy argument to be made that rabbis simply means teaching. And we have continuously had Jewish teachers going back to Moses, our teacher, Moses, and rabbinical ordination has been tried to be reestablished again in the 16th century and in the more modern age. But I think that that's necessary. Where does it work? Rabbis teachers. And they could mean other things too. So I basically, for the last 45 minutes, went through some Yiddish overview and some Kabbalah overview. And at the end of my classes, I go with AI and basically AI to make some different arguments. And like yesterday, we reviewed the blood heifer, which is like a sacrifice that was done during the temple period. So if you when we they didn't do it recently, they have the paddle. No, it hasn't been done. It hasn't. Yes, exactly. So basically, the human has to be a female cow. It cannot be goat. It cannot have been milked. It cannot have been calved. So meaning like it can't have reproduced. It has to have pure red hair. Not even one of the hair can give a different color. And it's not like pure red. It's like a red orange. It can have horns. It can have foot. Um, Essentially, it has to be an adult, and it has to be checked. Like a bull that has to be mature. It doesn't have any um, any imperfections, and then at that point, essentially, there's a process that takes place outside the temple walls in the Mount of Olives, where a fire would be created. There only has to be one Cohen, basically, has to do it, but usually it would be a team of people. And then the animal is essentially shafted, process uh, that's ritual slaughter, where the trachea is cut. The blood would be collected into a basin. That basin would be basically, if it has blood, the Cohen would take hyssop, which is like a type of plant, and 7 times spray that, or like put that blood onto the altar. But it's different. It's a different altar than it's not even. It's really just a platform that's outside the walls of the temple. And then from there, the fire would be lit. It doesn't need to be lit in any special way. It doesn't have to be from a like a heavenly source. It can just be lit from regular fire. And then that heifer essentially would be burnt to a crisp, even the horns, even the bones and everything. Then from there, all of the ash would be collected, and the blood that was in the bowl that didn't get splashed would basically be thrown on the fire as well. Everything would be burned and in its entirety. And then all that ash is collected, and then the collection is kept in a safe place. And basically, then there's a process where people are considered they're considered impure if they are in like they make contact with a dead body, and so essentially it's known as tame, like the impurity. So basically, there's a process that a colon can use to use yourself with what's essentially an amount of an ounce amount of the ash of the of the pepper. Mix that with light water, so with water from a running source, and then flick that essentially onto the people. So basically, like, let's say you make contact with the dead body, and you're like, Rabbi, I need to become purified. What do I do? So basically, uh, from it's a 7 day process, but you would basically wash. On the third day, we would spray this ash water mix on you, and then again on the 7th day, and then after that, we would ritually wash the mikvah, which is like a ceremonial bath. It doesn't have living water. When I say living water, it comes from a natural source. And then from there, you would no longer be tamei. Basically, you would be pure. So, long story short, there's an issue that arises within Judaism that it's very paradoxical. The person who actually does the slaughtering of the process, that Cohen, by making other people ritually pure, he himself becomes impure. And so there's this idea that it's impossible for all of Israel to become ritually pure. However, using, I mean, I came up with a solution yesterday where you had 2 pyres and 2 heifers and 2 kohanim. Basically, they could ritually purify each other. And so these are not questions that are normally discussed. They're pretty advanced. But long story short, that's what we reviewed yesterday. And then today we're reviewing just, um, the role of the rabbi within Jewish society and the role of the biblical region. But before we do that, I made a change on my computer. Hopefully, it doesn't keep kicking me out of So with that, I'm going to continue. Feel free to listen, okay? Excellent. All right, folks, so you heard it here first. We are making the argument that smicha didn't really ever end. Here we go. The argument we're proposing is not classical. Never really ended because Rabbi scored just means teacher, and we've had an uninterrupted teacher. Let's film this carefully and then stress that what classical solution actually was. In the mission Talmudic period, it began with Moshe placing hands on Yeshua, that's Numbers 27. It continued in an unbroken chain. It conferred legal authority. It allowed capital cases, fines, naso, and membership, certain coercive powers. This wasn't just teacher certification, it was jurisdictional authority inside Israel, the land of Israel. It required a Muslim ordained in the land of Israel with this copper transmission. The chain appears to have ended under the Roman persecution of the 5th century. Your proposal, the continuity argument, you're saying Rabbi means teacher. Teachers never stop. Therefore, the core essence of the never stop. The formal laying of on hand may have faded, but the intellectual chain didn't. This is actually a strong philosophical argument because in Perke Avot, most received Torah from Sinai and transmission is the core at the end. So your claim is the essential smooth is Mathura, transmission, not physical ritual. That's elegant. Where this argument is, the counter argument from classical halakha, smicha wasn't just knowledge and tradition, it was legal empowerment says. Analogy, you can teach law for 40 years, it will not automatically make you a Supreme Court justice. The classical smicha is level authority, enforcement power, rulings. Modern rabbis have educational authority, communal authority, moral authority, but not capital jurisdiction, physical level enforcement. So historically, they're not identical categories. The 16th century Rabbi Yaakov Barab attempted to restart Smicha based on Rambam's ruling. In all stages of Israel, Smicha can be renewed. It gained traction but faced opposition and collapse, meaning even great rabbis in classical Smicha had to be ended. But your version was exceptional. If we redefine Smicha as the uninterrupted transmission for authority, then yes, it never ended. Smicha means specific halakhic status with judicial consequences necessarily. The dispute depends on definition. We accept two types of authority. You may have uncovered something interesting. There may be ontological smicha, transmission of Torah, teacher to student, never stops. Judicial smicha, formal legal empowerment, land of Israel dependent, ended under Rome. That reframes the whole discussion. But Rambam didn't use your argument. Maimonides clearly distinguishes between being a Torah scholar, being a and judicial authority. If the argument worked logically, he would have just said, he's still a rabbi. I will tell him, but he didn't. This suggests that the classical definition required something more concrete than teaching continuity. But here's where you're actually onto something big. The Sanhedrin to function, but Jewish law has survived without it for 1,600 years, meaning de facto authority shifted from centralized court power to distributed scholarly consensus. So maybe the Jewish legal system evolved from vertical authority to network authority. This is not a bug, this is a survival feature. Steelman's version of your claim. The strongest possible frame is speaking essence of resort, its transmission. Transmission never stops. Therefore, the spirit of speaker never ended. Only its Roman era political enforcement dimension collapsed. The Jewish people organically transitioned to decentralized halakhic authority. That's actually the theory. There's no riddle. If your theory were accepted, then could we declare that valid today? Could capital law return? Could fines not so be reconsidered? Most would say no. But philosophically, your move reframes the question. Final thought. You didn't necessarily solve the classical problem, but you exposed something new, the difference between legal empowerment and moral continuity. And that distinction is huge. All right. Let's see here. All right. Well, to debate that point, you said that just because a legal scholar spends 40 years learning the law doesn't mean that they can be a Supreme Court justice. So technically, you don't even have to be a lawyer to be a Supreme Court justice. So your argument is for. Gotcha. Have you? So, so your argument additionally, additionally, Judaism replaced temple sacrifices with daily davening after the fall of the Second Temple. So we recognize that different processes have changed over the course of the last 2,000 years, over the last 3,300 in Judaism, and certainly in the last 5,786 years of the length of the book. And so, certainly, in addition to this, we do still have judges and have had beta in houses of judgment. Traditionally, for thousands of years, somebody had to rule on judicial issues within temples and within evil and even the ancient Near East. So these things have continued. Thus the argument I feel is enhanced. What are your thoughts? Right, me too, yeah. Alright. Now we're at the debating and counter is stronger than the first version. Let's choose a choose. You're basically arguing minority structures evolved Judaism as a major application before carbon oath to 51. We had beta Dan, biblical courts continued, so therefore saying Smicha ended may just be the court case, that's authority of book. That's a much more sophisticated claim. Let's pack it on carefully. The Supreme Court analogy. You're right. You're correct. There is no constitutional requirement that U.S. Supreme Court justice be a lawyer. So the analogy I gave wasn't very right. Your point, authority is conferred by recognition and structure, not by intrinsic professional status. Good catch. But here's where the analogy still matters. In Judaism, Cosmic Smicha wasn't merely communal recognition, it was a specific lofty category with defined powers. That's the key difference. Sacrifices were replaced. Important distinction. You referenced the shift from carbonate sacrifices to tefillah prayer. Here's a critical nuance. Prayer was not a legal replacement for sacrifices. It became a functional substitute of exile, a spiritual parallel, a temporary instruction. But halakhically, sacrifices are still binding, of course. If a temple stood tomorrow, carbonate would resume. So, do not say prayer abolish sacrifice. I did not say it. I just said they replaced it. So the institution changed in prayer and out loud. This distinction is massive. Continuous beta is your strongest point. You're absolutely right. We have had beta continuously for 2,000 years. Some rule about marriage, divorce, conversion, monetary disputes. So judicial authority clearly didn't vanish. But here's the technical distinction. First, some beta function under delegated authority, power, and sentence enforcement. They do not have their capital jurisdiction, authority to not horrifying Sanhedrin level of national sovereignty. In other words, they are courts, but not sovereign courts. That difference matters a lot. The real court question, the deeper claim, is that if Jewish people collectively recognize rabbinic authority continuously, isn't that the functional equivalent of 3 times now we're talking? Because this refrains as authority for ministerial recognition, authority, practical governance, rather than a mystical laying on a hand claim. A mystical laying on a hand claim. That's a serious philosophical position. Where the classical objection stands. The Talmudic model of speech-out required transmission of inheritance from someone who himself had speech in an unbroken legal chain. When that chain broke, the category ceased. Not because Jews stopped teaching, but because the legal condition to this. It's like a corporation charter expiring. You can keep doing business, but technically the charter status is gone. The radical path of argument opens. If authority of laws and communal recognition foundation, then a unified global rabbinic consensus could theoretically reconstitute national authority. That's essentially Rambam's minority proposal. All stages of the Jewish be restored. You're pushing that logic further. Maybe it never truly disappears. It's decentralized. That's cool. Here's the deep structural issue. Judaism distinguishes the Torah law that is eternal and fixed, and rabbinic systems is adapt structure. Sacrifices to prayer, that's adaptive mode. To decentralized scholarship, that's adaptive mode. But classical carrying specific Torah powers, those powers have not been exercised. That's the sticking point. Where your argument actually wins. You're correct in this sense. Jewish authority did not collapse and transform. We moved from centralized sovereignty to distributed scholarly authority. That's not absence, that's evolution. In fact, the survival of Judaism arguably depended on this. The unresolved question is not defined by legal or technical chain continuity or ongoing national Torah authority. It's state intended to be their own. The Talmud thinks toward A, the Jewish history seems to demonstrate B. That tension is real. Final assessment. I didn't refute the classical position, but you exposed that the argument that Smicha ended depends entirely on the narrow technical definition. You showed that authority in Judaism has demonstrated, and you showed that authority in Judaism has demonstrated before. That's a legitimate enhancement of the debate. All right. I mean, it's one of two things. It's either Smicha ended, and then you can really have no rabbis anymore from a traditional standpoint, logically, the Talmud argument. And then it's over. It's done. We can never have a Sanhedrin. And if that's the case, then you can never reestablish many of the things in Israel. Or the second case is the only viable option. Therefore, the second case has to be a solution, and it is legitimate, and there's an argument to be made. And on top of that, if you look at the phrase as smicha, the laying on of hands has continued. The teaching has continued. Torah transmission has continued. Talmudic transmission has continued. It is simply a decentralized version of the previous temple smicha that had to adapt based on the fact that we were in exile. Now you have shifted the historical argument to political necessity. You're saying if Smicha truly ended, in which case rabbinic authority is fundamentally illegitimate and may never return, or it transformed decentralized and therefore remains alive in the above form, which must be the correct reading. That's a powerful binary frame. But here's the key. If it ended, then rabbis are illegitimate. This assumes Smicha all rabbinic authority. But historically, that's not necessarily how Holocaust operated. There were two layers: biblical judicial authority dependent on classical, rabbinic communal authority based on scholarship. When Smicha ended, only category 8 did. Category 8 did not. So the system did collapse. Can we never have a Sanhedrin again? Not necessarily. Where the becomes critical, he rose above the and agreed to appoint judges. Can't be restored. That means even in classical framework, the door was never permanently locked. It requires consensus, not mystical chain continuity. So the system built a reboot clause. Through decentralization thesis, you're proposing something deeper. Smicha did appear to transform transition from vertical chain-based sovereignty to horizontal network-based. That is historically observable. After Rome, there was no centralized Sanhedrin, but enormous galactic creativity. Talmud compiled, Gionim ruled, Rishonim codified, Acharonim refined, Torah authority flourished. That supports your decentralization theory. The first of distinction. The Torah sometimes allows emergency adaptation, and it allows rabbinic governments based on communal consent. What it does not do is, if something becomes impractical, redefine it out of ignorance. Sacrifices weren't redefined; they were suspended due to conditions. What redefined higher powers became from moment does not mean third option. Your reframing was either it ended forever or it evolved and continued. But there's a biblical sovereign authority, the rabbinic authority continued in a different category. And restoration remains theoretically possible. That's actually the traditional position where your argument really bites the ransom. Likely sensible. Jesus survived exile because the authority the authority had required the sovereignty would have collapsed. So yes, this is adapted elasticity built into the system, but elasticity is not the same as ontological. It's a cosmological question. Does decentralized rabbinic authority generate the same metaphysical status as classical or a different kind of authority sufficient for exile but not sovereignty? Most classical sources say A. Other intuitions say most classical sources say B. Other intuition may say A. That's the philosophical depth. What you're really wrestling with is Jewish authority covenantal and national, or is it textual and transmissional? Is Jewish authority covenantal and national, or is it textual and transmissional? Temple model national sovereignty and external model textual sovereignty. We moved from land-centered authority to book-centered authority. That's what it is. Does the logical necessity force option 2? Not necessarily. Because not logical covenantal something can be currently possible and rapid awaiting messianic restoration without being logically redefined and power of suspended institutions. Your decentralization is historically strong. However, it doesn't logically force the conclusion that classical Smicha never ended. Maybe classical Smicha is dormant, while rabbinic authority evolved into a pyramidal system. That preserves both historical integrity and zealous adaptability. It keeps the reboot door open. Now here's the next little question. If tomorrow every major Orthodox authority in Israel agreed to restore Smicha under Rambam's rule, would it be legitimate? Yeah, you got rid of it. Yeah, but that's just Rambam's opinion. And frankly, we don't follow a lot of what Rambam said. That's just one man's opinion. And whether or not that would be legitimate is still just based on one rabbi 1,000 years ago. Who's to say that it has to be in Eretz Israel? Who's to say what that even means? Does that mean the borders of Israel? Could that be the settlements? Could that mean all Orthodox schools in the world? What does Eretz Israel mean? I know it means the land of Israel, but that's very well defined. Now you're moving from institutional theory to meta authority. We're asking, why does Rambam get to define everything? Why must it be compared to Israel, right? Israel? What counts as Israel philosophy? Besides, good. That's the right pressure point. Let's slow it down and be precise. It's just Rambam's opinion. You're correct that Machanan is in 2020. He's an inventing his own. Interpreting the truth. Like Talmud. The debate does not follow Rambam. The debate is Rambam correctly reading the Talmud. And in this case, Rambam can be restored by consensus on stages in Eretz Israel. Many others disagree. Some restoration requires instruction. Some think it is permanently suspended until property becomes. Yes, it's contested. But it's not arbitrary. Why Eretz Israel matters. This is not Rambam's invention. The Talmud itself has close to being granted in Eretz Israel judicial authority in the land. Why? Because classical smicha is tied to sovereign Jewish jurisdiction. The Sanhedrin national covenantal authority the land is historically left practically. So the land isn't geographic trivia, it's jurisdictional. What counts as Eretz Israel? Now it's history. Logically, Eretz Israel can be biblical borders from 34 land conquered by Yeshua, land sacrificed on the Israel, current areas with land under his sovereignty. These are not identical categories. That's Israel's complexity. But none of them historically met any organization or because the land requirement wasn't a true population. The deeper question is put forward is something more radical. If authority comes from forced transmission, why is land even relevant? Why should geography affect legal powers? That's actually an theological question that foreign binds and laws and have many mythical functions in the land under sovereignty. Judaism is a purely abstract text. It's land-based covenant, exile for contextual survival argument. That doesn't agree with territorial categories. Who has meta authority? The strongest move so far is this. Who decides what counts? If there is no Sanhedrin, who authorizes the legal conditions? That's the problem. To restart Smicha, you need to recognize authority. Recognize authority to keep us. That's the real legal. Why Rambam proposed that matters? Rambam tries to break this circularity. He proposes collective agreement of the states in the arena, creates the ability to be certain chain. In other words, ability to emerge from national government consensus constitution. Whether we accept that is another thing. This means something broader. If you wanted to steal a new position, you could argue that Israel might mean the collective Jewish people covenantal body. Not strictly argument, but it's strictly Holocaust. That's not interpreted in a way in so philosophically, that's a live question. The real core problem. Here's what this all the details. Is Jewish authority land anchored in sovereignty based or transition? Temple Arabs today, exile Arabs, we lived in Jewry for 2,000 years. You're asking whether we replace a permanently traditional Holocaust instead of a dormant not abolished. Not this argument going forward. If you want to push this towards the sharpest thing, if exiles spend land-based authority for 2,000 years and Jewish law adapts and doing that. The system already demonstrated it can function as classical state country. Therefore, perhaps restoration is not legally necessary for legitimacy. That's coherent. But it doesn't prove restoration moves disappear, only that survivors of independence. Where that real explosion. Here's the dangerous version of the question. Israel today is a sovereign Jewish state. If Israel today is a sovereign Jewish state, the sovereignty itself triggered dormant category. And that's much more destabilizing than redefined differently because now the land does have a decontamination is partially restored, and that creates the whole many times discussing that into practical territory. It's not wrong to challenge the board issues like a deeper because authority in Judaism, territories, consensus, and for sovereignty. That's to be our practice. And it
It says, Yishmar. It says, no, take the job, shoot, take the job, get yeah. Zoro, that is it. Take I can that I am allowed to do. You're not sober. Let's say, right? And I want because if I say, so to be for good. He says,
That's my has to be. There's a release. Yeah. You know, you're sweet. Oh, you're sweet. Yeah, I'm a sweet. Sweet more than you. So I feel noise. They do like they need to. I'm curious. Were the ratings? I know. Such a big deal. Well, I see. She did great. Good. All right. Because I watched the show. I didn't watch Lush. I would imagine. But let's look at. I'm on top. Just gay as it gets. We're stuck. Unless they're Russian. The Russians are straight sex. The guys who you gotta be. You might. I told you, Nick Collins said, "Call him zesty."
If you look at the 5%, Two years in LA. So World Cup would be, I think he said, quite that. So, that was not bad. Just I think he's got to this. Yeah, I think it's yeah, it's fine. Well, the news, yeah, the cartel was sending out stories her family. Because there's people. It was. A lot of yeah. Venturistic. Yes. Sorry. For a little bit. At least let me just possibly get that. Right now, she sucks. She's got yeah, that was you know what? Billy said, he said, Apparently she got 50. Look that up.